Sila. Very good morning. Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Deputy Director General Animal Science, ICAR New Delhi. Guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Kumar sir, Assistant Director General Animal Health, ICAR New Delhi. Dr. L.S. Shashidhara sir, Director, National Center for Biological Sciences, NCBS, Bengaluru. Director of this institute, Dr. B.R. Gulati sir. Dr. Divakar Hemadri, Nodal Officer, National Animal Disease Epidemiology Network. PAs of all the NADEN centers. Scientific, technical, admin and account staff of ICAR-NIVEDI. A warm welcome to all of you for the inaugural session of annual review meet of National Animal Disease Epidemiology Network. Let's begin the function by playing the ICR song, which is a video depicting the role of ICR in upliftment of our farming community.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Thank you. May I now request dignitaries on the dais to please provide an auspicious beginning by lighting of the lamp. Commitment to knowledge, harmony, and progress. Now, to seek the blessings of the God Almighty, may I now invite Mr. Project Consultant for the invocation song.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं महादेवसुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं पारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम्
Thank you, Mr. Arun. Now it's time to welcome and felicitate our guests. May I now request our director, Dr. P.R. Gulati sir, to welcome and felicitate today's guest. First, I request the director to please welcome Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta sir, DDG Animal Science ICR. May I now request to welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar sir, ADG Animal Health ICR, New Delhi. Please welcome Dr. L.S. Shashidhara sir, Director, National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore. May I now request Dr. Hemadri sir, Nodal Officer, NADEN, to welcome our director. May I request Dr. S.S. Patel, Principal Scientist and Co-Nodal Officer, NADEN, to please welcome Dr. Hemadri sir with a flower bouquet. Thank you. May I now invite our director, Dr. B.R. Gulatis, for the formal welcome and opening remarks.
Good morning. Honorable Deputy Director General Animal Sciences, ICAR-NIVEDI, Dr. Raghavendra Bhattaji, as for National Center for Biological Sciences, Dr. L.S. Shashidhara, participants representing the various state animal husbandry departments of the country, and also participants from various veterinary universities. They have come from different parts of the country. Very, very good morning, and I welcome you all on this occasion of National Animal Disease Epidemiology Network Annual Review Meeting. Sir, this meeting is generally, NADEN is the outcome of the All India Coordinated Research Project on Disease Monitoring and Surveillance. That started way back in 1987. And in fact, AICRP on ADMAS was the origin of NIVEDI. That ICR project in 1987 that started in that time till 2000, it was running as a project, and the scientists working in that project made significant contribution in managing and controlling livestock diseases, especially the rinderpest at that time, and giving recognition to that. That research project was converted into a project directorate on animal disease monitoring and surveillance in 2000, and subsequently our continuous performance in that project directorate resulted into culmination of formation of this national institute, which we call today as National Institute of Veterinary Epidemiology and Disease Informatics. Uh, the backbone of this institute has been our collaborators from different states across the country. They are providing us the data on livestock diseases, whatever outbreaks and cases occurring in different parts of the country, at district level, at block level, at village level. That information is provided by these partners to us, and that information is very useful not only to document the country's status of various livestock diseases, but it is also important in programs like controlling the foot and mouth disease and controlling the brucellosis under National Animal Disease Control Program, where more than 14,300 crore rupees were allocated for these two diseases way back in 2019. And mass vaccination across the country is going on for these two diseases. Similarly, Government of India also launched the Livestock Health and Disease Control Program for managing and controlling and eradicating diseases like PPR in sheep and goat and classical swine fever in pigs. So these all are the outcomes and consequences of what NIVEDI is doing with the collaboration of our collaborators and partners. So I would like to thank all the state animal husbandry departments, all the veterinarians working with them for their continuous support to NIVEDI and continuous support to the nation in controlling and managing livestock diseases. Sir, this is an auspicious occasion that we have with us Deputy Director General Animal Sciences, ICR, to inaugurate this important milestone, the NADEN's annual review meeting. I thank you, sir, for being with us and always blessing us. And it is fortunate that he belongs to this place, the Karnataka, the Bangalore. And whenever any of us, not only the director of NIVEDI, any scientist, any staff person, even WhatsApp him, immediate response comes to him or her. And that is what NIVEDI is fortunate enough to get the support from you always. But he is very kind to the NIVEDI and the Bangalore staff, NIVEDI staff. Thank you very much, sir. And I would like to also mention that Dr. Ashok Kumar, ADG Animal Health, he has been there working as ADG at the ICR headquarters. He is the immediate contact person between the NIVEDI and the ICR, and whatever information from NIVEDI goes, it is always through him, and whatever blessings from ICR comes, it is always through him, and whatever the good name and fame NIVEDI is getting, it is because of his contribution. He is always talking good about NIVEDI, and it is, I think he is going to retire this month, 31st July. Sir, you have been always supportive to NIVEDI, and without your support, NIVEDI could not have achieved what this status we have today. It is because of your continuous support that ICR is always willing to help us, and whenever we need any support, it is always available because of you, sir. Thank you very much. We have with us today Professor L.S. Sasidhara, the Director of National Center for Biological Sciences. It is one of the most important and reputed institute in India, and working on various aspects of not only human health, animal health, and the environment health. And this is one of the located at the prime place in the Bangalore cluster of livestock, the biological sciences. So he is with us, and he is going to collaborate with NIVEDI on various aspects. Especially, they have made significant contribution in the area of environment surveillance. Environment surveillance, especially during COVID-19, their contribution is significant, and now NCBS is going to move into environment surveillance for livestock diseases, and for that we are going to partner with the NCBS. It is in fact an honor and pride for NIVEDI to be partner with the NCBS, and for that we are going to sign MOU. So thank you very much for joining us for this function. Sir, during last year also we had this first annual review meeting on 6th, 7th July. Again, exactly after 1 year we are meeting here. During that 1 year, NIVEDI has made significant progress. One of the salient achievement has been that NIVEDI has got international recognition for its laboratories. Two of NIVEDI's laboratories, one on PPR and one on leptospirosis, have got the world recognition of World Organization for Animal Health reference laboratory. So WOHA reference laboratories. Now India has 4 laboratories, three of which are located at Bangalore, one rabies at veterinary college, and 2 at NIVEDI. So this is one significant milestone that we have made during this year. In addition, during last 1 year, NIVEDI has made significant contribution in terms of managing the livestock diseases, especially the PPR. We organized PPR Global Reference Expert Network meeting where participants from 65 countries across the world, they participated in this meeting. This was a physical meeting after COVID-19, first international physical meeting happening here. And these experts from across the world, they deliberated on how to eradicate PPR from not only India, but for the global eradication. And this was a successful meeting. In addition, NIVEDI has also been collaborating during the year in various aspects. We have got international collaboration. We collaborated with the BBSRC, Perp Right Laboratories, and we developed one international project on lumpy skin disease control that was funded by DBT BBSRC. We also collaborated with the Center for Environment Health UK for managing the one zoonotic disease called KFD, Castle Forest Disease. We also collaborated with the Pennsylvania State University for managing the anthrax, and we also initiated the project on bovine tuberculosis, which is again a collaborative project with Penn State and also the GalluMed and many different funding agencies, including the GalluMed. And then also we are collaborating at national level with the different partners. We developed a collaboration with the different agencies, including we are now collaborating with Tata Institute of Genetics and Society. We are working with them on management of diseases, and also on vaccines, mRNA vaccines. We have started studies, and also we are now collaborating with NCBS. We have started collaboration with Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, during last year. Especially we worked with them on lumpy skin disease. And also we have started working with IIT Bombay. This year we developed collaboration with them working on Japanese encephalitis. And now we also signed collaboration with GBRC, Gujarat Biological Research Corporation, GBRC. And then we are collaborating with them on genomic surveillance of livestock diseases. So many things are happening, sir. I will not take much of the time. I would like to thank once again our worthy DDG Animal Sciences for joining us and coming here for blessing us. Thank you very much, sir. And I would like to thank Dr. Ashok Kumarji and Dr. Shashidhara also for being the part of this meeting. And more importantly, I would like to thank all the collaborators. They have traveled from different parts of the world. We have collaborators from Kashmir, we have collaborators from Kerala, we have from Gujarat, we have also from the northeastern, all partners from northeast states are here, they are joining us. Thank you very much for coming us. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for briefing about from the genesis of ADMAS, NADEN, and NIVEDI. and the role of ICAR-NIVEDI starting from RP eradication till the currently ongoing NADCP. Thank you very much. Now, may I invite Dr. Divakar Hemadri sir, Nodal Officer, NADEN, for the presentation of livestock disease status for the year 23-24, please.
Good morning, respected DDG sir, ADG sir, Dr. Shashidhara, PS and co-PS of NADEN. Welcome to ICAR-NIVEDI. We have taken a lot of efforts in reaching here, many times even midnight. So welcome you all. And I've been asked to restrict my presentation within 15 minutes. I will try to do that. So I'll be presenting on the status of livestock diseases in the country in the year 2020, 22, 23. Can I have the next one? Sir, as our director was telling, this was initially an ICAR and All India Coordinated Disease Program. But with the closure of that, now this particular network is running as the Institute network, and we have continued with the same 31 centers. Additionally, sir, we have proposed 8 centers, but so far we could be able to bring in 2 or 3 of them on board. The recent MOU we had with NRC Mithun and then with the Department of Investment and Veterinary Services from Assam. So of the 31 centers, we have 5 of them located in ICAR institutes, 4 of them in veterinary universities, and rest are in the Department of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services of respective state governments. Can I have the next one, please? So the main objective was to participate in R&D in animal disease epidemiology and informatics by collecting and generating and collating livestock disease data, to analyze disease data for risk mapping, epidemiological trends, forewarning, and taking appropriate intervention strategies for disease control. And the third one is to undertake epidemiological studies. So these are the major objectives of this NADEN network. Can I have the next one? So going to the disease situation, so in large ruminants, the lumpy skin disease was the major disease. I mean, about 88% of the diseases reported were for lumpy skin disease in 2023, and remaining only 13% actually, because the number is so large, 2,97,638. So obviously others are dwarfing presence of lumpy skin disease in the year 2023. And the viral diseases like FMD, then rabies, and black quarter are some of the diseases, endemic diseases, which we have been seeing in the past many years. And other than that, there are a lot of reports of parasitic disease. Can I have the next one? So among the small ruminants, it is the PPR, which contributed about 73% of the total cases. And besides PPR, there were coccidiosis, then sheep and goat pox, then FMD, then HS, and enterotoxemia. So these are the major diseases in small ruminants. Can I have the next one, please? So in pigs, there are only 2 major diseases. One African swine fever, the other one was classical swine fever. African swine fever was about 70%, and remaining were the classical swine fever. Diseases like coccidiosis, pasteurellosis, Fosun sarcovirus 2 infections, and funpox really contributed to a very small number. Can I have the next one? In poultry, about 50% of the diseases reported were Ranicate disease. Then there were foulpox, avian influenza, salmonellosis, fowl cholera, IBD, and coccidiosis. Can I have the next one, please? So coming in detail with the viral diseases, the lumpy skin disease actually has been recorded in large numbers in the country, but it was the locations or the region where actually this was reported differed from the 2022. Like in 2023, Assam reported large number of LSD. And in fact, most of the northeastern states had a lot of LSD cases, and along with that, the Karnataka also reported LSD. Can I have the next one? So if you look at these spatial trends, you can see that in the year 2022, these Rajasthan, northern states like then Haryana, Punjab, Himachal, and Uttarakhand, all of them were having a large number of cases, whereas in 2023, it is in the eastern side of the country where we saw LSD cases. Can I have the next one? And the temporal trend, if you go by that, the LSD is going down, and we may see a small peak in the year 2027. Otherwise, the things look better for LSD. Can I have the next one? So PPR is an important disease in chickens, and again the state of Assam. Actually, the PPR also is being now seen in large numbers in northeastern states. There is a control program going on, and because of that, in the mainland India, we are not seeing many PPR cases, whereas in the northeastern states, we are seeing it. And the reason for that was the first was COVID, then followed by LSD, and the production of the vaccine actually dropped, and there was less distribution of the vaccines, and as a result, yes, we could able to see the cases happening in the northeastern states. Can I have the next one, please? So then, as I said, the Assam, and then among the species, actually, it was the goat which was affected most. And if you look at the season, can I have the next one, please? The months of April, May, and June, we saw a large number of cases. Can we have the next one, please? And if looking at the numbers, there was slight increase in PPR cases over the year 2022. Can I have the next one? And if we cannot really sustain our vaccination efforts, then the disease may go up in the future. Can I have the next, please? Then African swine fever, and this is a major disease which incurred into the disease country in 2020, and we are seeing the outbreaks of ASF in many parts of the country, and it has spread to almost all parts of India, I would say. Even recently there was a newspaper item that there was ASF outbreaks in Kerala also, and Manipur, Kerala, Mizoram, and Assam were the major states affected by ASF. Next, please. So if you look at this graph, you'll see that the number of cases reported and the number of animals died. Actually, in ASF, we are supposed to call all the animals which are affected, whereas that did not happen in many of the northeastern states, indicating that probably there was extra before the animals were killed, and the people only came to know about the disease happening later. So can I have the next one? So the outbreaks happened somewhere from June to December in the year 2020. Can I have the next one? So now we can see that in the year 2020, the distribution of ASF cases were across the country, whereas in 2002 it was slightly limited. Can I have the next one? So for this disease we don't have vaccines, and the disease remains cyclical, and we may see a major cycle of emergence of this disease in the year 2026 or 27. Can I have the next one? So rabies, sir, India aims to eradicate the dog-mediated rabies by the year 2030, and we have seen a lot of cases of rabies in Kerala, Assam, Uttar Pradesh. And Manipur was one of the states where actually a large number of cases were reported earlier, but now we are not seeing that many from the Manipur. There were about 1,452 cases last year, and 8 states were affected. Can I have the next one? And multiple species were affected, including the poultry. Actually, the Kerala reported once, and now again there were 1 or 2 rabies cases in poultry, which generally we don't see all that, but that was also reported. Can I have the next one? And a large number of cases were seen during the month of February. Can I have this? As the disease situation remains more or less same in both areas. Can I have the next? And this indicates a steady state situation for rabies. If you really want to eradicate the dog-mediated rabies by 2030, we need more efforts. Otherwise, with the existing kind of efforts, we will not be able to achieve it. That is what the graph says. Can I have this? Thank you. So sheep and goat pox. Again an important disease in small ruminants. Tripura, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Jharkhand were the states actually reported a larger number of these sheep and goat poxes. About 1,449 cases in 9 states were reported, and the disease was seen during large number of cases were reported in June, July, August months. Can I have the next one? Again, the incidences of goat and sheep pox have come down slightly, but it remains same. Large. Can I have the next one? Again, as this for major of the world disease, this trend is like that it's no longer steady state, and this is just because that we don't have a proper vaccination policy. Wherever the places where actually there is a disease is bound to be there, or we know that these are the endemic regions, and there only the vaccination is happening, and in other places these are sporadic cases. So that is the reason the graph shows a steady state trend. Can I have the next one? Bacterial diseases, Pasteurellosis and hemorrhagic septicemia. Gujarat, Kerala, and are the major states, and the disease was seen in large ruminants as well as small ruminants, and Pasteurellosis was also there in ducks actually, and there are 2 peaks. You can see that one in May and the other one in October. Can I have the next? So the diseases have slightly come down compared to 2022. Can I have the next one? And as I told, because we have vaccinations, the states follow vaccinations in those places where there is actually, they know that there is the disease is going to come. Otherwise, there is no policy from the state to have a control program. So that is the reason these diseases are living or lying at a particular level, and they continue to do so. Can I have the next one? Black water, Assam was the state, and Karnataka and Jharkhand were the other states, and Rajasthan. And mainly the large ruminants were affected, and there are multiple larger peaks during the year. Can I have the next one, please? So the black water cases also slightly come down compared to the previous year, and can I have the next one? And the same, and the graph remains more or less in a steady state. Can I have the next one? Anthrax, because this is one of the zoonotic diseases, because many of you must be interested, and particularly for those who are interested in environmental surveillance actually. So Karnataka, Andhra and Telangana were the states actually which reported the larger anthrax cases. The Odisha state, which actually has a lot of, is an endemic state for anthrax, Odisha and Jharkhand for that matter. Last year they didn't report many anthrax cases, which is a good thing. And because the southern states were affected, in southern states we see anthrax cases mostly in sheep, whereas in the rest of the country it is large ruminants. And if you look at the peak, the large number of cases were reported in February. Can I have the next one, please? So it's only the graphs varies in the region wise. Can I have the next one? So the anthrax graph shows a decreasing trend. Can I have the next one? So enterotoxemia is another important disease in small ruminants. Jharkhand, Assam, Haryana, and Rajasthan were the states showed a large number of enterotoxin cases, and it was the goats affected in many places, because in Jharkhand and Assam we have a lot of goats rather than sheep, so it is expected. And in the February months we had seen a large number of enterotoxin cases. Can I have the next one, please? So this is spatial distribution. Can I have the next one? And here also, because for enterotoxemia, almost any sheep owner or a goat owner generally gets their stock vaccinated, and in only cases where they have not vaccinated, then only we will see these cases, and that is the reason this disease is remaining as static. Can I have the next one, please? Parasitic diseases, actually there were of the top parasitic diseases are all hemoprotozoan diseases, and then coccidiosis, in a way, all the protozoan diseases for that matter. And babesiosis, anaplasmosis, and thaliariosis were reported in large numbers from Kerala, whereas trypanosomosis and was reported from Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh. Can I have next one, please? So if you look at the graph, these babesiosis, anaplasmosis, and thaliariosis graphs look more or less similar, with with a dip in September in all the three diseases. Whereas in trypanosomosis, the cases were reported during January to May. Can I have the next one, please? And if you look at the maps also, it is in northern India, which have been reporting these parasites, whereas it is not the true story actually, because in southern India we don't report the parasitic diseases in the monthly report. That is the reason that doesn't really get into our database. Otherwise, the parasitic diseases we see in almost all parts of the country. Can I have that? It's trypanosomosis and thaliariosis. And can I have the next one, please? And the parasitic diseases trend may go up in the future. Can I have the next one? So coccidiosis, Jharkhand reported large number of coccidiosis cases, and it was in poultry large number of coccidiosis were reported. The months of January, February, March, April, and May were the large number of coccidiosis reported. Can I have the next one, please? So this is special distribution. You can see almost all parts of the country was affected. Can I have the next one, please? I think, and the conclusions is that LSD is the most reported disease during the year 2023, and also in large ruminants. PPR occupies a central place in small ruminant disease scenario. ASF and CSF occupy central position in big disease scenario. Going by the current trend of occurrence of rabies, eradication of dog-mediated rabies by 2030 could be a distant dream. More efforts are needed from states like UP and Kerala. Steady state scenario and bacterial diseases indicate practice of prophylactic vaccination only in endemic regions. Vector-borne parasitic diseases show upward trend in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for providing an overview of livestock disease and different species, their spatial and temporal trends. May I now invite Dr. L.S. Shashidhara, sir, Director, National Center for Biological Sciences, Bengaluru, to address the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. Thank you very much to Dr. Gulati to give me the opportunity to talk to all of you. In a way, I'm new to this area. Mostly entered into the disease epidemiology in the context of human diseases a few years ago. Otherwise, I work on cancer, not any of the only area of work. Although I come from genetics and primary background from Agriculture University in Harvard, now I have sort of moved more towards animal developmental biology and cancer and stem cell biology. But you know, during the COVID time, the whole nation sort of worked together. It's not that set a specific department had to do it. The scale of the problem was such large. So 2-3 things we did. One was developing the low-cost RT-PCR diagnostic kits with the help of very different organizations and also for companies. The demand was high, supply chain was broken, and many reagents earlier days for molecular biology used to import. So we actually encouraged companies to make indigenous reagents, and we tested, validated the cost so that it can be incorporated to our PCR kits. Then we also did the viral genome surveillance, because every month a new variant was emerging, and in varied degree of virulence, and people are affected or some people are not affected. And it was also not very clear when the new variant will emerge, and because of the spread was so fast, it was very important to capture the new variant as early as possible. So we started the genome surveillance for the SARS-CoV. And the third is environmental surveillance. And environmental surveillance is collecting the sewage water or open drain or air sample, and then continuously monitoring the presence of the virus and quantitatively correlate to what would be the clinical prevalence. And even are the ones which have helped the policy decisions in controlling diseases. So now we have initiated a new project, and NIVEDI is in collaboration with NIVEDI. We are going to request all of you to be partnered with this. Idea is to develop environmental surveillance protocols for animal practices, particularly livestock and poultry, and also the wildlife because of the conflicts that's always seen. We also need to protect the wildlife at the same time. We don't want the virus to come to the mainstream domesticated animals or humans. And the idea is to again develop protocols, develop new kits, make it as low cost as possible so that it's sustainable. Because otherwise, it cannot be done at scale. Now, identifying a virus or bacteria at any time, just about 10 years ago, we used to say it's a needle in the haystack. But now, the modern molecular biology techniques have enabled us to do this quickly at scale, and also characterize what kind of virus, what kind of bacteria it is, what's a new variant, will it have new kind of disease manifestations, or it will be simply behavioral networks. And the kind of report that just now Hemantri presented, the task that you have taken up is enormous. Just to collecting all the data, he just consolidated data coming from all over the country, collecting the data and analyzing it and making certain predictions is very, very important. If you couple with environmental surveillance, taking samples without going to the animals, from water, soil, or from the air, wherever the animals are present. Particularly, in smaller villages where the farmers report one or two animals, many times they will not be able to sort of bring in a veterinary doctor right there all the time to monitor the animals. And these kind of environmental surveillance basically help. Go to the grazing area and then collect the soil sample or air sample, which is able to detect the presence of virus, which is very important for early detection and for the control, either by vaccination, by very different other means that you are already familiar with, non-pharmaceutical intervention. Now, again, while genome surveillance is also equally important, because that's one of the reasons how we can actually control the virus. It's like mosquito control. One should not completely eliminate mosquito because it will have an ecological imbalance, and that will lead to all other complications. Idea is to make mosquitoes virus free. Like for example, dengue and many of us are reporting. Whereas in case of viruses also, if there are viral variants which basically we are tolerant or animals are tolerant to, it will actually have a better way of controlling it. So the lot of interesting biology is being studied nowadays to see whether we can actually allow those kind of viruses which are present, which are tolerant, not causing any major diseases, and we are tolerant because the immune system takes care of it. And like bats, right? Bats actually don't have any viral diseases. Bats are harboring all kinds of viruses. Unfortunately, once in a while there can also be a zoonosis, right? But one can continuously monitor this, and that's a better ecological way and low-cost way of monitoring and controlling the diseases. This is in that direction we want to move, and we need all your support. And today we are going to sign an MOU with NADEN, and that's the beginning. And once we are involved with NADEN, the whole country, right? So and the blessing of Raghavendra and Dr. Ashok Kumar, DDG and ADG from ICAR here, and we request their full support both at the national level as well as the state levels, and all of you in very different states. We would like to go district-wise also, perhaps at some point. But initially we are going to focus in 4 states: Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Sorry, Telangana, and collect and all the standardization once we do against very different viruses, and at some point we'll scale up to other parts of the country. And one major part of, I told you, our work is also working with companies, with other labs to make the kits low cost for these kinds of things. So this is the beginning, and I request all of you
Thank you very much, sir. Sir was describing about how NCBS came out with low-cost diagnostics for COVID and development of genomic and environmental surveillance for the COVID. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. As you all know, ICAR-NIVEDI has linkages and collaboration with many national and international institutes for research. And this day also makes an important mark as ICAR-NIVEDI and NCBS will be going to sign an MOU for research collaboration in presence of our DDG, sir. Please. So we are confident that this MOU is going to bridge research collaboration and open up new research avenues for both the institutes. Thank you very much. May I now invite Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir, Assistant Director General Animal Health, ICAR New Delhi, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. A very good morning to all. Honorable Deputy DG, Animal Science, Dr. Raghavendra Bhattaji, Dr. Alice Shashidhara, Director NCBS, my good friend Dr. Priya Gulati, Dr. Madri, actually not many people I know here in the house. So all the scientific colleagues, staff, then collaborators, actually sir, sometimes we listen that AICRP that it has improved. Sometimes I discuss with director also. Director says that funding for AICRP has been stopped by the ICAR. So I would like to make a correction here that AICRP advance has never been stopped. Actually it has grown. Earlier it was AICRP advance. Then it grew to PD advance, project director advance, and then it became the institute. So the program was not stopped, it was modified, remodified, rather improved, improvised by the ICR, and the efforts of institutes have also been there. And now this NADEN has become an activity because this is the backbone of this institute. Though after becoming institute, the institute has started many new activities. Earlier we were there only on surveillance and monitoring. But now we are developing the diagnostics. We are collaborating with the institutes like NCBS, not only that one, but many other institutes, not only in Bangalore, but across the country. So our activities have been grown. And then after having a long discussion, it was decided that because now we are doing not only monitoring and surveillance, we are into the epidemiology of the animal disease. So the network should be named as NADEN, National Animal Disease Epidemiology Network. So nothing has been stopped, particularly continuous progress is going on. And I on my own behalf and on behalf of Animal Health Section at ICR I congratulate the team led by Dr. Gulati and earlier by other directors, particularly coordinator of the NADEN, Dr. Madri, that you people are continuously growing and your activities are being enhanced. But always remember that this NADEN is your backbone. So you keep doing whatever is required by the profession and whatever you want to do, but never forget or never neglect this NADEN. Because whatever your visibility in the country is there, it is because of NADEN. Whether you go to DSD, you go to somewhere else, you are being recognized because of the findings of NADEN. Now, earlier you were forecasting 13 diseases, now you are forecasting 15. And I think that this number will be increasing. For example, only during the last 3 years, we had to include LSD. One complaint has been there always with this NADEN, earlier admins, regarding authenticity of the data on the basis of which the institute is forecasting the disease, through disease modeling or AI system. So it is my humble request to all of you. I know that many units are doing very good, outstanding. I can name I can cite the name also, few of the units. They are doing very good. Some needs to be improved. And it was also discussed, Dr. Madhuri, and I think last time or somewhere, that we should rate the units and we should initiate awarding the units which are performing best, just to motivate others also. So this is my one request. Another, for example, during the presentation, because actually when we are presenting the incidence or prevalence of the disease, it remains very simple. This disease has, the prevalence of this disease has increased, this has been decreased. But being intellectuals and the best epidemiologist you are in the country, you need to find out that why it is happening. What were the risks associated with? What we couldn't contain? What was our forecasting? For example, just you have presented about the PPR. You told that this year PPR has been enhanced. At the helm of affairs, we are thinking that we are involved into the control of brucellosis, FMD, PPR and classical swine. Some by 2030. It was visioned that FMD will be eradicated from the country by 2030. But we are finding so many difficulties with which we are dealing with. But in case of PPR, immunity is such a strong. You people say lifelong, but at least for 3 years it has been studied. Now we were thinking that PPR will be eradicated before the FMD, and that will be a great achievement, particularly to our small and. So if cases of PPR are increasing, we have to find it out that why it is happening. And whatever has been found by the network, for example, in case of gluten, it has been discussed that some serotypes are getting changed. Whatever we are having in the vaccine, we are getting other serotypes, particularly in South India region. We have to motivate the policy makers also to initiate the taking the decision and to implement it, which I feel that somewhere lacking. But before that, we have to give a backup of the technologies, with the technologies. For example, if we want to change the serotype of some serotype of gluten, we should be having a defined background, well analyzed, and technological backup so that DSD can take the decision on this. I hope that you are doing very good on development of diagnostics, and I hope that more and more diagnostics, more reliable and more specific. We have diagnostics for almost all the disease, but how these can be more specific and more reliable and more user friendly. I hope from my scientific colleagues that they will be continue to working on this. I am thankful to all the collaborators. A maximum strength, except I think West Bengal, every state has been represented by you people. I have been associated with this program not right from the beginning, but as a co-PI survivor in this project when I have been in Shillong. I was associated with the program as a co-PI. Me and Dr. Tapse, we came here to get trained in epidemic and all epidemiological issues. Then I became PI of the collaborating units, and for last 9 years, I am involved in reviewing of this program. And has been presented by Dr. Himachi. Actually, our deputy DG suggested during the time of assembly that one-page brief, if it can be, can also be sent to particularly DSD and state animal husbandry departments because sometimes such kind of big manual, forecasting manual, it goes and people don't go through. So a gist of that can also be sent because you are sending in PDF form, so it can easily be sent. Thank you. So these are the few things. Thank you for arranging the meeting before 31st July so that I could attend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir was elaborating about how ADMAS evolved into NADEN and pivotal role played by NADEN centers in disease control. He also stressed upon to study the risk factors contributing to disease incidence and also to provide summarized form of forecasting to all the states. Thank you very much for your word, sir. So on this occasion, we have a release of ICAR-NIVEDI publications, bulletins and diagnostic kits developed by ICAR-NIVEDI. So I request the chief guest and the dignitaries to do the honor. First publication is the annual report of National Animal Disease Epidemiology Network, year 2023. The next publication is Nitrous Disease Forewarning Bulletin. This is one of the flagship project of ICAR-NIVEDI which provides disease risk forewarning for 15 diseases 2 months in advance. Thank you. Recently, scientists of ICAR-NIVEDI has developed a diagnostic surveillance ELISA kit, that is lumpy screen recombinant ELISA kit and lumpy sure whole virus ELISA or antigen based ELISA kit for the detection of antibodies against lumpy skin disease virus in bovines. The whole virus antigen based ELISA has sensitivity of 100% and specificity of 90%. With the recombinant protein based ELISA has sensitivity of 96 and specificity of 95%. And for 500 reactions, the kit costs 25,000 rupees, which is priced well below the commercial ID weight kit, which is around 3.2 lakhs.
भी है दे दो दे देना सर पकड़ ले दे दो ना खाली तो रहेगा सही लगेगा.
Thank you for doing the honor.
Done.
Okay.
Very good.
She'll be distributing to all the partners.
दूसरे तो
Yes.
kid one.
They will be feeling.
So good morning to guests of DAS as well as PAs and co-PAs. Uh, we have developed a protein G-based indirect ELISA kit. From 2012 onwards, we are selling the kit, ELISA kit to many states and universities and research institutes. It's a laboratory-based ELISA kit, requires technical expertise and instrumentation. So many doctors were requesting to develop a field-based diagnostic for brucellosis, as Shashidharan sir said, point-of-care diagnostic. So we developed in 2015-16 one point-of-care diagnostic using protein G-based lateral flow assay. So our system is a mixed farming system where bovines are there, small ruminants are there, swines were there. The protein G-based lateral flow was not working well with the sheep and goat. So we try to improve upon it, and now we have made a recombinant protein A bar G based lateral flow assay for diagnosis of brucellosis. Its sensitivity and specificity are more than 95%. The advantage of this test is the doctor can keep the test card in the apron and detect an animal whether it's a brucellosis infected or not. So in this kit there are 20 tests available. So 20 animals can be tested, and this is an improved version of 2015. Now we are releasing in 2024. So this we applied for certification to the ICR. ICR said that you require a lot of validation. So I request all my PAs and co-PAs of the NADEN centers to take these 20 kits what I am giving, and then there is a feedback inside it, and then you please send your observation back. Address is also pasted on the cover. As Director ICAR-NIVEDI need not to do anything, just put a serum, drop of a serum, diluent, and observe within 1 to 3 minutes and record your results and send back. So your input will give an technology which we can sell in the next year from the institute. So I request all of the PAs and co-PAs, please collect the kits from me. Afterwards, I'll be distributing to all of you 20 tests in a box. Now DDG, ADG will release this improvised lateral flow assay for diagnosis of brucellosis. There are 20 tests. 20 tests. Certification. 4 are there.
Thank you, Chief Guest and dignitaries for doing the honor. May I now request Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Deputy Director General, Animal Science ICR, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Dr. Ashok Kumar ji, ADG as ICAR headquarters. Dr. B.R. Gulati, Director of this esteemed institute, Professor Shishidhara, Director of NCBS Bangalore, Dr. Divakar Hemadri, esteemed colleagues from NIVEDI, all the PAs. Let me start by congratulating Dr. Gulati ji and his team for a lot of good things about NIVEDI in the last couple of years. FMD Mukt Bharat. And I was just talking to the FMD Mukt Bharat. Of course, we have a classic example of RP. We were able to get rid of Rindopash from the country. Then I was also asking, so how easy or how difficult with regard to what you use, the vaccination schedules and all that, as compared to FMD is much more tougher job. Now again added to that, we say PPR by 2030 and rabies again by 2030, we'll be getting rid of all these two more diseases. I also happened to listen to one of the presentations by Dr. Venkatramanan, former Joint Director, IVRA. The lessons what we learned from South American countries. So this is what I was also talking about. So in a place like, in a country like this annual review of FMD has given us a lot of some critical inputs. Basically, for example, as our ADG has mentioned, some of the centers are doing extremely good, very good. So absolutely no doubt about it. So definitely, Dr. Hemadri, you can categorize them, as A centers and B centers and C centers, and we have to have some D centers which should be gradually should be removed from this particular program. And we also have seen that how the state government are very critical as far as this data is being generated. So I have been talking to Dr. K.P. Suresh. All the time he always talks about NADEN. It's a very accurate model, and all these things, this modeling depends on the input data. Okay. So a classical example of one of the states, what we have seen is, especially with regard to FMD, if you see the antibody titer and before and after, I think it is 30 then 70, then it's 30 and it's 70, it's 30 and 70. It just fluctuates. It should ideally it should be something around maybe around 65 and 80. It should maintain. And some of the states what we have seen, like for example Jharkhand. Okay. So anybody from Jharkhand? Yeah. So what I've seen is they don't vaccinate because it all depends on the state government, like how sensitized are they and how effective their administration. They said so invariably when we ask for the data, so some data is being given to them, and so all your predictions model, whatever you do, it depends on that particular data. If you give a false data, so invariably so much of uncertainty gets into that particular the modeling, and model definitely it becomes very weak. We have also seen some of these centers are it's the pre and the post. It's very high titer, and it's clearly indication that some we ourselves get confused whether it's actual data, but we come to know that the vaccination has been almost, if you see the vaccination schedule, it's almost more than 90-95%, and some places it's almost 100%. So what I was suggesting that particular time, FMD Mukt Bharat at one go will be. So let me make. I think we should understand that. So maybe some centers or some places where the state government is very active, very pro with regard to the vaccination schedules, the supply of the vaccines and the indenting well in advance, and see to it that the first and the second vaccination are done as per the schedule. So maybe those centers or those areas we start recognizing them, identifying them, something like a hotspot here, or maybe something we can say that FMD free or the disease free zones. Maybe when you, in a span of maybe around 5 years or 10 years, you start clubbing those small pockets. A stage will come, maybe in 2027 or 28, maybe you can see that South India is free from FMD, or maybe another 1 or 2 years you can say Northeast is free from FMD, and even Punjab and Haryana, what I've seen, the data that was presented, they extremely good. They do the vaccination so nicely, and that is one pocket, maybe in Himachal, some areas. So that is the way we can go about, before we declare. And the other thing, with regard to the LSD, LSD is still, I think, I also came to understand and why it is continuing, because still there is compensation for LSD. Sometimes, this is also plays a very critical role. As long as there is a compensation, people tend to say that, yes, there's still some disease because you're going to get some compensation. And I was attending another meeting earlier with the agriculture, animal husbandry secretary. The focus was on the what should the compensation, because this was regarding the poultry. And I think if you see the last 5 years data, out of the 10 outbreaks, the 9 are from the government organized farms, and only 1 in the private farms. So that clearly indicates that because this particular compensation the rate was finalized somewhere in 1983. Okay, so what is the trend at 1983 with regard to the poultry and 2024. Now, if somebody says that, we will give you, for example, if you report, for each, so rather than, simply don't report and see to it that, these birds are cut. Okay. So, some decisions have to be taken at the highest level. One thing is the compensation, and second thing is some sort of accountability as far as the state government is concerned with regard to the reporting. Okay. So all these things, definitely can make this particular the forecasting model much more robust, more than 95% or maybe 96%. I think the hand holding of this, I think NCBS, as Dr. Shishdar has mentioned, not necessarily, you should have the animal samples. Maybe you can have the environmental footprints of maybe sewage or air, and if you can amalgamate all things with regard to this NADEN, and I'm sure that we'll be missing Dr. Ashok Kumarji, because he has been associated with the and on behalf of SMD, I would like to profusely thank him for being so active. And I'll tell you, because in the ICAR headquarters, with regard to the animal health division and DAD and this one, so there's a very close knit activities and the information, because there are very less veterinarians. Bringing it to proper format and pass it on to. Now again, the 22nd of this month, we have the Parliament session, and the earlier session was only the introduction and some oath taking. This will be 22nd will be maybe I think till 12th of August. So this will be a full-fledged session. I think we're going to have many star questions, and so your input, your support is very much required, to see to it that, these questions are about. So this NADEN definitely can strengthen to give the disease forecasting, disease modeling, and everything. So with this, let me once again thank you for giving this opportunity. In fact, I was supposed to fly back yesterday because we have again a problem with our EFC. We are supposed to have at 3:30 with the one more meeting. Then I thought, if I miss this, so it will be a great loss for me as well. So that let somebody else can attend, so that I will be attending this meeting. So very good stay here for this particular meeting, and I hope that we will go back enlightened with regard to the networking and the model. And once again, thanks to NCBS and the initiation by Dr. Shishdar. I would like to see him daily as early as possible, and so that we can plan something new. And I'm sure this will be a great auspicious day for NIVEDI, and specifically, especially with the Animal Science Division and ICAR. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir was actually urging to provide accurate data for the purpose of disease forecasting, and also we had the idea of zoning of for FMD and LSD control and eradication. Thank you for your support and guidance to NIVEDI and NADEN Center, sir. So now we have come to the end of this session. May I now call upon Dr. S.S. Patil, sir, Principal Scientist and Nodal Officer NADEN, to deliver the vote of thanks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ಸರ್, dignitaries and respected dignitaries have already explained about the animal husbandry and its activities in India as a whole. And the mainland as such is benefited by our cattle husbandry of buffalo, sheep, goat and all other these animals. But the Prime Minister office is always insisting for the development of the northeastern region of the country. So there, the cattle husbandry or bovine husbandry, sheep and goat husbandry is to be activated, still to be activated. But the main husbandry is pig husbandry. If you look back, the population as such, 18% of the population is depleting amongst the pig husbandry I'm talking. And the major diseases affecting are African swine fever and classical swine fever, in addition to other diseases. So much attention also is required in the development of the pig husbandry. So with this submission, I would like to extend my vote of thanks. The custodian of Indian livestock, respected DDG sir, Dr. Bhatta sir has elaborately explained about the activities of the livestock health and its repercussions on the productivity and the development of the farmers. In spite of his busy schedule, he has been with us, and hope sir will be continue with this meeting. So we're all highly thankful and grateful to you, sir. Big claps to you, sir. A well-wisher, a friend, and always supporting for the NIVEDI, Assistant Director General Dr. Ashok sir. Sir has been associated with this scheme and the NIVEDI, and whenever we were in the trouble and were pushed back, he was the only person in the council. He was supporting us and helping us, sir. Sir, thank you very much for your kind support, sir. A big claps to sir. Shashidhar sir, sir graduated from Dharwad. I am also from Dharwad, sir. Having come, and we have been associated many meetings, 2 or 3 meetings already done with us, sir, and hope we will continue to have the further collaboration, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Have a Gulati sir is very still he is in the previous घोड़ा की तरह ही बोलते हैं लोग. He is so far behalf of us. Most important is all PIs and co-PIs of the NADEN Center. You have been supporting and wish continue to support us in the future course of action also. Thank you very much, one and all. Himadri sir has, though he was not well, he has been taking a lot of pain in designing and structuring this program since 15 days, conducting so many meetings, and WhatsApp nowadays has become so active. And on behalf of NIVEDI and staff, we thank you very much, sir. I take this opportunity, sir. We have made 5 zonal in charges and 5 zones and respective in charges are made, sir. We are taking care of each zone, and I thank all the in charges of all the zonal in charges. I thank you, administrative, accounts, and all the RAs, SRFs who has been supporting this one. Thank Panagar sir also, who
could not make it to attend, but he has been supporting to us. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. There is a small announcement. So I request the dignitaries and the house to please join for a group photo in front of the guest house. Followed by there will be high tea. So after the high tea, I request all the PAs to once again assemble here in this hall for the technical session. Thank you.
ADG sir and director and all the PAs and co-PAs of different centers. So we'll start the technical session now. So the starting one is it will be done by our Rajeshri Show madam. Madam will be presenting about the NADCP, LH and DC programs going on in our country. So may I invite madam for the presentation.
Sir, 5 minutes, sir. Respected DDG, ADG, sir, director, PIs and co-PI scientists and my dear friends. We are very proud in Nivedi. There are 4 programs of PhDs going on through our institute, and I've been given an opportunity to present all 4 programs. And in very brief, I would like to say something about this. And if any doubt is there, the PAs of the project, I can clarify at the end of my presentation, please. This program, livestock livestock health and disease control program, it's popularly called LHDCP scheme, and it is sponsored by Sir, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying, Government of India. This is a grant in aid general scheme. It has 4 components. One is sampling plan, completely handled by Dr. K.P. Suresh sir, and Brucella control program is by me, and then PPR eradication program by Dr. Balamurgan, and then classical swine fever by Dr. S.S. Patil. Now coming to the sampling plan, as Nivedi or ADMAS or AICRP, we have been giving a sampling plan to the country for surveillance. But in this program, the concept is different. One is for surveillance and another is for zero monitoring. So the sampling strategies, DAHD has given fund to Dr. K.P. Suresh, and is contributing a lot, and the sampling plan varies from year to year, year to year. So this is for 4 livestock diseases. So if you look at our DDG was also telling about the FMD zero surveillance. FMD, lot of discussion went into FMD, and very structured sampling plan is given. You can see, sir, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, total 27,000 villages samples have been collected based on Nivedi sampling plan for surveillance, looking at the disease. And the number of samples may be a 5 lakh around. So this is being carried out very systematically by some of the states, and some of the states may not be meeting the target. So that we will come to later. Surveillance is something we are looking for a disease. Zero monitoring is post-vaccination. In case of FMD, there is a pre and post-vaccination. Before vaccinating an animal, you are taking a sample, and after vaccination, after a particular period of time, you are collecting a sample and assessing its presence of immunity. So in this also around 22,000 villages are covered when the program has started in 21, 22, 23, 24 in all the 4 years, and a very structured sampling, and number of samples is around 3 lakhs, close to 3 lakhs. So it is a stratified random sampling. Dr. Suresh will explain if it is required. It is a state, district, block, village, and a household. So this is next one. So the book looks sampling plan. I think today you released one sampling plan. Looks same, but it is FMD zero monitoring round 5, means we are in the round 5. Round 1, 2, 3, 4 completed. So FMD zero surveillance, every year's plan is different. The same animal, same district may be, a block may be, or village is different, and household is different. So the sampling is drawn in such a way that nothing is getting repeated. So you can see here in 2024, the sample target is 1,19,000 for FMD. Next one. So like this, earlier it was for bovines only. Now it has been revised to small ruminants also. And then zero monitoring for 23, surveillance for 23. These two plans do not have a commonality. They are different. So, and then 22 also we have devised. Representative pictures we has been put here to show that each year the photograph may look same, but the plan is different. Next. Similarly, FMD is a very big program. So similarly, he has made a representative I have showed action plan for classical swine fever has been prepared, and these are the sampling plan round 1, sampling plan round 2, which is in a green and red dots. So the exactly these locations only samples are to be collected to assess the prevalence or post-vaccination zero monitoring for classical swine fever. Similarly, PPR, surveillance is there, monitoring is there. In case of classical swine fever, surveillance is there, monitoring is there. Whereas in case of brucellosis, it is only zero monitoring. So it is a phase 2. Now we are in phase 3. That means 2024 is phase 3. This is just a representative picture I have put. So a sample target of 46,000 samples will be assessed in NIVEDI. We assessed in NIVEDI during 23, and then in the next year already sample plan is online and it is around 48,000. So this many number of samples are coming to NIVEDI for assessing post vaccination as well as a surveillance. So I feel it is a contribution to the nation what NIVEDI is doing. Next. Is a brucellosis zero monitoring phase 3, what I was talking. So number of samples is 46. Epidemiologically, when you put all these things very beautifully, it comes like, very stratified way it comes. It is not like this, you go pick up the sample and come like this and analyze. So it is a very systematic approach. Similarly for PPR, CSF. So the things are, I think all PAs are in NADEN who are there. They are also in the control programs. So they are very well aware of the sampling strategy of NIVEDI. This is quite different from other programs, NADEN program. Next. So this is project 1 was sampling, project 2 was on brucellosis. So I am handling, it has started in 2019. Because of COVID it got delayed, and we started in 2021-22, and the 3 phases are completed as I showed you previously. Next. So as the director keeps emphasizing that 14,000 crore has been allocated to FMD and brucellosis first. Later CSF and PPR were added. Earlier it was National Animal Disease Control Program. Now it is called LHDCP program. So these 2 more diseases and maybe 1 more in the pipeline. Next one. These 2 diseases are data is being captured, vaccination data in INAP. So we can verify if an animal is having a tag, if you see in a INAP whether it is vaccinated or not, we can detect. But PPR and CSF yet to get into the INAP. So role of ICAR-NIVEDI in brucellosis control program. We are creating awareness. So awareness is never ending. We need to do that every time regularly in different states. And NIVEDI has given a vaccine to the country. It is a 1 log reduced dose of vaccine currently being used in the country. It's a policy. And there are phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. These are the target samples. After vaccination, these samples are coming to us. We are screening using our own kit. This kit, as discussed with DDG just now, is going for ICR certification. So that will be presented on 16th of this month. Next. So this is a control program when we talk of vaccination against brucellosis. So far happened is 1.85 crores till March 31st. The program is going on, but maybe a little fragmented way. So everyone catches hold of this program, it should be still better. It should have been 3 crores by this time. So we are lacking the target. Farmers benefited is 1.15 crore. Vaccinations were carried out in 24 states and 5 union territories. Highest vaccination state in Bengal, nobody will believe it. I went there, but vaccination happened in the first phase, second and third subsequently the vaccinations got delayed. The reasons were too many, and then the partners are not here to discuss. So the state has done well, followed by Madhya Pradesh. I must compliment it here. Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka have done very, very good. So this is the next one. Sir, in the total phase one refers to 21-22. We have analyzed 30,000 samples, sir. So the vaccination zero conversion, what we call, was 76%. Very good, very enthusiastic in the first phase. Next one. In the second phase, we analyzed around 30,000 samples. The vaccination zero conversion dropped to 63%. Next one. So in the phase 3, still going on, the vaccination zero conversion came down to 56. So all the states are there here. So I would like to tell two things about it. One is you catch hold of only the calf which is vaccinated. Otherwise you don't send the sample. It doesn't matter. It is fine. But zero conversion rate against your state should not drop. Then tomorrow government should not question you this. So overall, the target was 1,72,000 was given by Dr. K.P. Suresh. We got 65,000 samples. Zero conversion is 68% and target achieved is 30, up or close to 40%. Lot has to be done in case of brucellosis, sir. Next one. So I'm not going to take much time on this. This is a day-wise, we have done it, which is the best period. Some of the people are very good here in research component also. So we have analyzed here 21 to 45 is this. We don't mind receiving the samples at the day of 60 after vaccination also. This is for cattle and buffalo. It holds good for cattle and buffalo also. Next one. So when you look at it, the field level, IgG antibody, it is coming up to 60 days. So please send the sample till 60 days post vaccination. It doesn't matter. Next one. It's an IgM antibody. Both will be there, but here in the laboratory we are detecting IgG. Next one. So this is a graphical mapping presentation of where zero monitoring has been done. Next one. Yeah, in the summary, I would like to say 24 states and 5 union territories are going. Zero conversion in 3 states was very good. Chandigarh, Karnataka and Goa. We made a certificate for these states also. If director approves, we can issue the certificate as for NADEN center A, B, C, D. So like, the certificate is ready. If director says we are ready to give certificate, those who are above 80% zero conversion, 21 to 45 days is mentioned in DHD booklet, but if you send sample up to 60 days is also okay, no problem. So by countrywide coverage is essentially required to control this zoonotic disease. Next one. So these are the various places I visited during the next one. So this is PPR-EP, a very important program in 225 million small ruminants we have. Is managed by Dr. Balamurgan. Zero monitoring and surveillance of PPR is undertaken here. And it is taken as per OHA and is giving a need-based training to the different stakeholders. Next. These are the sampling locations at a village level. As I said earlier, at district level also, it is surveillance and zero monitoring, both are there in case of PPR EP program. Next. So zero prevalence status of PPR before implementation. Very big program was undertaken before starting the eradication program. Then the total number of samples screened is around 60,000 and the prevalence percentage was 46%. So this is prompted to go in for a complete vaccination and eradication of this program. The map depicts percentages. So those of your interest, you can look at that map. Next one. So zero monitoring post vaccination. The number of some limited data is being given here. Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Odisha, Manipur. So the number of serum samples screened and ELISA positives and seroconversion is 74%. So 74 something like brucellosis only. Next, so the back side, back you go. So I think the Karnataka is one of the model state for implementation of PPREP. Manjunath Palegar sir will be joining and he will be sharing the success of all the 4 programs which have been implemented. And vaccine efficacy in state of Karnataka is 73%. And then next one. So this was represented Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh. The molecular PPR, it's a one is zero surveillance, monitoring, as well as molecular epidemiology. So in all the 5 locations, the molecular epidemiology work was carried about by him, and then there are 8 isolates he got it. He depicted in a phylogenetic tree, and all are standing in one particular place. Maybe here circulation of lineage 4 is in the downclad. So virus isolates belong to PPRV lineage 4, Marbley virus, similar to that of lineage 4 disease reported earlier in India. So I think he will be in better position to answer this. But he got the clinical samples from all the parts of the country. Next. Sir, yes, there are various companies which are making PPR vaccine. Esther company, IH and VB Bangalore, and this is a VBRI Hyderabad. So almost all the vaccines effectiveness is standing above 70%. Maybe batch to batch variation of Esther biosciences. Otherwise, everyone is good. VBR is showing better than the other, but it is a state vaccine. Maybe they are using for their own state use. So the vaccine effectiveness is there, but vaccination is not available. This is the biggest drawback in case of PPR. Next. So this is the NABL accreditation and OHA recognition for PPR as well as leptospirosis, and as already told by the director. Next. So this is a grand meeting on PPR where 72 countries participated. Big program, eradication program. The title says like this, but everyone has to do something to eradicate, like Rinderpest and Nivedi, and we all will be credited in days to come. Next. So this is a very good program, classical swine fever, managed by Dr. Patil, SS Patil. Big clap to him, principal investigator of the program. Next one. The state-wise pre and post-vaccinated pig sera samples received under CSF control program. Sir, if you see here, all the presentations what I have made, the serological test is prepared at Nivedi. So it is our own kits we have analyzed. Similarly, for classical swine fever, it is 60 kits have been used to do pre-surveillance and to post-vaccination surveillance. CSF number of states, 17 states are going for vaccination. Vaccination number of villages covered is AP units, we call it as a village as an AP unit, 833. Total number of pre-vaccinated pig serum samples screened is 13,000. Total number of post-vaccinated pig serum samples received so far is 10,000. So this also needs to be enhanced. So the only 2 diseases, African swine fever and classical swine fever. Otherwise, if you are not controlling these 2 diseases, the pig population will decline in the country. So state-wise representation is there. Those who are from the different states, you can see Odisha, Assam, post-vaccinated positives, pre-vaccinate positive. I think percentage you should have put it, Dr. Patil. Next. So, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala, the highest positivity basal level and highest post-vaccinated seroconversion is Kerala, Maharashtra, Jharkhand. Kerala is doing extremely good in all the programs. So I just remembered. So these are the one pre and post one is presented here. So if you want, you can discuss with Dr. Patil. And this is the action plan released by our commissioner, sir. Next one. This is the vaccine. And the next one. the tissue samples also. Similarly, sir, the total blood samples received and tissues are received. 7 field isolates of classical swine fever have been isolated. Next one, the genomic surveillance of this has been done. Serum samples. Next one. Yeah, genomic surveillance is also depicted. So there is total 7 isolates from NIVEDI were grouped as a subgroup 1.1. This is very important with respect to composition of vaccine. Next. So state-wise seropositivity, I think northeastern appears to be very dark, and then Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and these things are also showing high positivity. Post-vaccinated seropositive means vaccination is going on this side better than the western and the northern. Maybe it is with reference to the pig population. Gujarat, we don't have pig population much. Similarly, in Jammu Kashmir or other parts of the country. Next. So these are some of the field investigations carried out for classical swine fever. Next one. So next one. So our acknowledgements are to ICAR-NIVEDI Director, Scientific Administrative NIVEDI, Directors of State Animal Husbandry Department, Field Veterinarians and staff, and nodal officers of all the programs. Thank you very much. So I think I'll go back. Any question is there? Yes, answer. Sir.
Dr. Mishram, for the sero monitoring of brucella, which test you are using?
Sir, we are using ELISA kit, sir. Protein G based indirect ELISA kit, sir.
But the same kit which you are using for sero surveillance?
Yes, sir.
So how you are differentiating between the infected and this?
Sir, these animals are 4 to 8 month old vaccinated cows. So for surveillance, we are getting adult animal samples.
You feel that this age will not get affected from?
Sir, for sometimes we use competitive ELISA for differentiation of infected plus vaccinated animals in case of people who have a doubt. And they request that, like Kerala recently asked whether, madam, I don't know whether these are vaccinated and infected. Such samples we are doing by CLSA. Otherwise, routinely we are. Sir, one thing is.
Are you planning to develop some easy test to differentiate for this DIVA type test?
Sir, DIVA test means ELISA kit is there presently. CLSA is there.
In future, whether because actually this vaccination will be increasing during forthcoming days. So whether your laboratory is having some plan to develop some kind of test, or you are working
on what we have released is a infection detection kit, sir. That can be improved to competitive mode. So that will be field based. So I have 2 years left.
Anyway, my request is
Yes,
that your laboratory may take a call
yes,
to develop a test for future,
yes, sir.
which can be a DIVA-based test. When most of the animals will be vaccinated, at that time you will require at that time.
So presently we are having CLSA.
But you are not doing it routinely. You are doing
we are not
need based.
Need based we are doing.
Another thing, actually NIVEDI has recommended this reduced dose of vaccine,
yes,
brucellosis.
Yes.
This is not NIVEDI vaccine. You told somewhere that NIVEDI vaccine.
Based on sir.
You have recommended.
Recommended.
On what basis?
Sir, we have carried out a project in cattle and buffalo. Full dose, 1/10 dose, 1/20th dose, 1/50th dose, 100 dose in live animals. We have vaccinated in cattle and buffalo, and we have analyzed total 9 parameters, humoral and cell mediated immunity.
Up to
300 days.
300
days.
And
so,
you didn't find any difference?
No, sir. One log reduced dose, we did not find any difference with a full dose, sir. It is got clarification from OIE that you can use 1/10 reduced.
Usually OIE doesn't interfere with this remains national policy, why it isn't?
They said that there's not much, it is depend upon the country's request. Country's
Country's
decision.
Otherwise, they still recommend 10 to the power 10 look. They have not,
40 into 10 to the power of
they,
9.
they had reduced.
Yes, sir.
Just on the request of the country, they have done it.
Yes, sir. Other countries are also following this.
But because actually it was recommended by NIVEDI, so a follow-up study at field level may please be taken for long run. If it's okay, if you are finding good sero monitoring antibodies, then there is no problem. But if it in long term we find that this is, for example, you have shown somewhere 56% or like this, because vaccination problem is also there. Some states but you may have a follow-up study because actually this is our recommendations. So in long run it should be proven that this was the right recommendation. Otherwise it can be changed also.
No, yes, sir. That is the answer.
In case of CSF, Dr. Patel, you have received this pre-vaccination 13,000 and post-vaccination 9,000. What happened to other 4,000? Did you inquire from your units?
Sir, I have been in touch with them, sir. Some people they were lagging actually in the vaccination.
They didn't vaccinate.
Now they are vaccinating, sir. So once as and when they are vaccinating, they are now I'm getting, and 10 states have been already given the vaccine for the round 2 phase of the vaccination, and they also are supplying.
On the basis of this compiled data, because we will not be able to understand the performance of the units for which review is done. Or any of 4 people, you people will like to say, like to give some message to some units?
Sir, during presentation we'll be discussing.
They will do separate presentation.
Yes, sir. Zone wise we are asking.
Zone wise.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
आप लोग आपस में भी पूछ सकते हो, ऐसे कोई नहीं है. This is not one way channel.
मैम, ये ब्रुसेला कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम्स का जो पॉलिसी है सर, उसमें कहीं अभी डिक्टाइट किया कि 21 to 45 day was the best day for post sero monitoring. That was not in the sero monitoring program. So separate letters provided because anywhere note is written there.
Provided by DSD.
That is was 21 days. My joint but that was 21 days. 21 to 45. So that was issue. And sir, for at the day of 21, RBPT is best than the ELISA for seroconverse estimations. That was our real because at that time IgM will be there. That will be equal.
No, but no, they are doing IgG, not IgM for this. Am I right, Mrs. Shaw?
Yes, sir.
They are doing IgG. And whatever DSD has recommended, 21 to 45 days, they might have recommended it on the basis of advice of NIVEDI.
Sir, now they are
It
going.
is not their own advice. And if you are finding that even up to 60 days you are getting the same title, so you may advise to DSD so that a new advisory can be issued. Because actually at field level it becomes sometimes difficult to collect the samples at the exact date. So some range should be there. So whatever genuine possible range, that should be conveyed by you to DSD and DSD to states.
Dr. Lahane is here. So we have carried out 20,000 serum samples and see day wise, no problem, sir. 20,000 serum samples. Then the range now it can be 21 days to 60 days. So that Dr. Lahane, since he has joined DHD, through director one letter we will send.
Yeah.
We will give the data also.
Because this is science and
Yes, sir.
anytime recommendations
Yes, sir.
can be
This
given.
through director, we will give a letter to you, to headquarter as well as to DH.
Dr. Gulati, please, earlier the DS people from DSD remains there. So if ASC may not come, it may not be possible for him, but some of his representative may come so that he can understand what we are discussing.
Ma'am, is there any change in the age group for which we are recommending vaccination? Ma'am,
Mm.
is there any change in the guidelines for the age group we are recommending Brucella vaccination?
You can introduce yourself, it becomes easy.
Yeah, this is Dr. Mukesh Mahadev, I'm Deputy Director from
Mm.
Himachal.
Mm.
So my question is there any change in the age group?
Sir, till now the age group defined is 4 to 8 months age group, and recently Director AHNVS Karnataka Palagar sir has recommended why not EFR. So this also through Director we want to write this recommendation also. Can we relax age up to 10 months or up to 12 months so that cushion period what they are getting, the vaccination coverage will be better.
Yeah, that is.
But before that, you should conduct some study. And it cannot be a short-term study. Because actually, for example, you have recommended reduced dose after studying the case up to 300 days.
Yes.
But in field level, when you are going for cow food vaccination, animal live in 15 to 20 years. And
Yes.
you are not going to vaccinate again.
Yes.
So, on short-term basis, it should not be recommended. It should be recommended on short-term experimental trial. So, if you want to extend the age, then first you conduct the experiment, you validate it, and then only you recommend it.
Okay, sir. We'll,
Otherwise, it will affect long-term control program.
sir, yeah, for that guidelines is required, or one black and white confirmation is required, so that very active NADEN, our partners are there with the 4 states in 4 different corners of the country. On limited number of samples we can carry out, but we require some these things from the council approval.
I have a researchable question.
What for approval from council is required?
Sir, council approval is required means because now it is only cough vaccination only, no sir. So now
this
we
is
are,
researchable. What director said, this is a researchable
We
question.
can take up.
You can take up by yourself. The only thing
Based on
because
that outcome, we will make the recommendation and then.
here researchable means it is a NIVEDI restricted, no? It is the states are also involved. The chapter of states are also coming into this. So their director and then joint director sometimes they mention it.
nothing we are going to recommend to state departments before conducting the proper and systematic study.
Okay.
Whatever questions are there, researchable questions are there, which you want the reply from research issues, you conduct the research at institute level, and if you find a different kind of findings which you think that it should become a policy, then you communicate it to ICR and DSD.
Okay, sir.
Then only ICR headquarters role will come.
Okay, sir. I'll first conduct in state and then try to come out with some results, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, that was my sole reason for asking it, because when one of the meetings at Government of India level, they recommended that we should go for vaccination up to age of 12 months.
No.
But, listen, so, but when we requested for changing the this provision in the portal, they refused it on the NADEN portal. That's what I am asking, because in one of the meetings they said you can vaccinate keepers up to 12 months of age. That was my question.
So what happens when we conduct some brainstorming session or workshop or meeting, lot many things are discussed.
Yes.
But you need to follow, all the states need to follow whatever is finally there on this portal of the DSD. Nothing you will follow from as a outcome from the meeting discussion.
Last question, sir. Good morning all. I'm Dr. Sunil Lahane, Joint Director, Western Regional Disease Diagnostic Laboratory. And my query is, the good discussion was happened regarding the sero monitoring of the brucellosis. But as far as the serosurveillance is concerned, where we are taking sample and screening them for the presence of any disease in adult animals. So whatever the plan is given by NIVEDI, it is quite different from the plan given by DHD. Because if you go through the fund release orders of DHD, you will find that they are asking for village level screening. In that they are asking to screen at least 2% of the population in your jurisdiction, that is state. So for my state, that is Maharashtra, it comes around 3.92 lakhs, and they are allocating ₹5 per sample. So within ₹5, I have to screen one animal, and likewise I have to screen 3.92 lakh of the animals. So we have to just clarify all these things, because the release orders has already mentioned it very clearly. Thank you.
Final words are whatever DSD issues the advisory, state departments have to follow it. It may be on the basis of the technical inputs from NIVEDI or some other ICR institutes or by them themselves. But you will follow whatever DSD says.
But for that, we need a sampling plan, sir. 3.92 lakh, how the animal should be
You can request
how
the
the
DSD and NIVEDI can.
We have requested a lot of times. So what we did,
No, actually, this is
we have come up with our
between
own plan,
DSD
sir.
and states.
We have come up with our own plan. In that, we are screening the animals, 3.92 animals with RBPT, and wherever the animals we are getting positive, we are subjecting those samples for the ELISAs. So this is the plan we have within that allocated funds.
NIVEDI will give the plan only when DSD will request NIVEDI. If you want to adapt something else, you have this MAPSU,
Yes.
and they can help you either in consultation of NIVEDI at research level or by themselves to prepare the plan. Something plan. Because NIVEDI will do, am I correct? या आप सीधे स्टेट की रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे?
No, this is for the whole country, sir. Actually, all the release orders, sir, they have mentioned the same thing.
Then DSD should request.
Will be, your issue is right. There is some discrepancy in sampling
Yes,
plan
yes.
for surveillance.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Last time also this issue was discussed, and we'll be talking with the DHD.
Yes, sir.
And because the funding being released is, there is only 2%.
Yes, that is village
But
level.
the sampling plan does not require 2%.
52,000, sir, per
Only
Yeah,
52,000.
52,000 samples throughout the country.
Yes, yes.
So it will be much less than what you are screening.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be talking with them and find a solution to it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
So if no further questions, we will move to the next presentation. So thank you so much, madam, for the elaborative presentation. Sir, as we already mentioned in the morning session, the NADEN centers of the country is now divided into 6 zones, sir, from last year, with zonal in charges from NIVEDI assigned to each zone. So northeastern zone, east zone, central zone, west zone, south zone, and north zone. So now may I call upon Dr. S.S. Patil, sir, in charge of northeastern zone, to brief about the activities of the zone during the last year.
Each zone should come in their own attire.
So this was done by Lester, Dr. Lester. Thank you. Sir, in the perspective of making 5 trillion economy of the India, we cannot neglect the northeastern state. We all should make efforts to bring northeastern state into the mainstream of economic development. In that scenario, pig is the important animal wherein very much neglected and adopted by socially disadvantaged people. And if you look at the census scenario from 2007 till now, 18% is depleted. That's quite alarming. And my submission is a serious note has to be taken in this aspect as far as the disease scenario is concerned with the pigs. African swine fever and classical swine fever are the 2 main important diseases affecting, apart from other some or few percentage of the diseases. We have 8 states, sir, in this zone, and this is the biggest and quite difficult to manage also. At the same time, our centers are struggling hard to collect the samples from a different terrain and totally a different geographical area when you compare with the mainland and other aspects also, sir. Funds given for them is very, very lesser. My submission is kindly increase the fund allotment to northeastern states so that they can come up with a good scenic and scenario of the diseases, sir. Sir, we have 8 states: Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, Tripura, and Sikkim. And one of the participants we have requested, and we have compiled the PPTs, And I request Dr. Samir Das to present about the Northeastern states. Dr. Samir. Samir is senior scientist working in ICR Research Complex, NEH region, Barapani, Meghalaya.
ಇವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇವ್ರು ಕವರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು
Hello. Good afternoon, DD sir, ADG sir, director sir, and my seniors and my dear colleagues. Actually, as per the guidance with Dr. Patil sir, I have made some slides. These are the 8 states of Northeast in which Assam is represented by SAU, Veterinary College Khanapara. Other all are basically state governments, PI, COPI. Meghalaya is represented by ICR, and that our center is there since last 24 years. And Nagaland is there with state government plus NRC Mithun has recently been done the MOU. These are non, but at present is non-funding. And Mizoram is represented by state government, but Dr. Datta from CAU is there as a non-funding partner. Even Meghalaya, I will request that there should be some MOU and they become a funding partner in the state government, so that they are very cooperative, but still we will get more data and other things. Next, please. So this is the fund allotment for all the states. All have utilized maximum fund except Meghalaya, my own center. We received fund at some last, which we have given already orders. Next. Next. So last year we received around 10 lakh at last moment, and before that also some 5 lakhs. So those monies were there. Orders has been placed to be done. Next moment.
Yeah, but that has not happened. So it's only your center got money at the last, or others also?
So others can tell better. They are sitting here.
Sir, actually, the last phase of the last quarter, they released actually in the month of February.
February, the funds were released. Actually, in 2 phases, the northeastern funds will be released. In the first phase, they will be allotting for the first quarter, second like this. And if something is remaining with other centers, they will push for the northeastern also. So that happened in the month of February. So that's how we allocated to the.
No, but February is not that. See,
Yes.
we say that somebody has given money on 30th of March or 25th of March, I can understand. February and
It's quite some time.
Yeah, yeah. No, but it's not no, what are you supposed to buy?
Sir, Patil sir has this time allocated me to do the PRS work. I have put already a LIC kit for that and started this thing. Molecular things I am also doing for Meghalaya. For other northeastern states also they have given the samples. So so we are doing that also.
This funding is for what?
Consumable.
That's what I'm telling you. See, consumable. See, when you know that, these are the things you are supposed to buy. February is to get, and you think within a month you cannot spend the money. There's something from your side as well.
Our finance take time, sir. All this process. So that's why.
No, but see, with so much of difficulty, that's what we feel bad. With so much of difficulty, we get the funding, okay, and we pass it on to you. And when something, when you don't get the funding, you have an excuse saying that, sir, there's no funding, so we couldn't do the sampling. When you give the funding, then you come out with your own excuse saying that, it was in the last. February is not last. Okay. So if you say March 30th, I can understand. And you give it to 1 crore to university on 31st of March. It's over. They spend. So some planning is to be done well in advance. And just go back. It's a huge amount of money. See, you got 13.69. Out of that, what is it, 7.9?
So 15.69. We allowed 7.9. We did the expenditure. So actually, last year 5 lakhs was also there. That also came.
So that's what I specifically wanted to ask you. That it's not the first time.
2 times it has happened, sir.
That's So last time also, well, Tripura Center, again almost about 8.6 lakhs.
No, sir, no, sir.
Tripura was there. Tripura Center is there.
Sir, actually, within this 13 lakhs rupees, 13 lakhs, and it was an unspent balance of 4 lakhs. And, last year in February, we got the releases. That's why we could not arrange to utilize the money. This year we will do definitely.
This particular thing is 15, I think they bought something extra.
14.46 lakhs, sir.
7.9. So your expenditure is 150%. This is not good. You see Mizoram Center? Manipur Center? Nagaland? They have done well. Huge amount of money. Yeah, Andhra Pradesh. No, this has to be there because this is also see. The annual review meeting is not only for technical things, we also look at the funding. And Dr. Patil is, campaigning for your Northeast. More and more funding should be given. And he should also tell you that all the last column should be 0, 0, 0, 0. That should be taken care. That how you do it, you have to ensure that, and you get a lot of funding. Your Northeast component is going for there only.
Yes.
I think you must be getting in crores. Whole, see, Northeast funding, you see that our Mitchell Center, they're very wonderful. They're taking all the money, they are giving both in capital as well as they are constructing sheds, they are putting the barricades, they have developed new conservation centers. Wonderful work is going on. All this is because of the money. Okay, so money is not an excuse. So you get a lot of money.
Yes.
It should be taken care.
No, sir. This is consumable capital में और 1 lakh the capital has ended. T has ended. आगे से कर देंगे sir. I have ordered everything, sir.
I can understand maybe 1 lakh or 50,000. Maximum 1.5. 13 lakhs, Tripura Center.
मैच करना चाहिए ना 15.6.
नहीं ये पुराना वाला. I think they must be having a
Sir,
carryover.
fund allotted carryover 5 lakhs पहले भी था.
That means you got around 20.
So
you got
you
20.6.
can add another additional column. Fund carried over from 22-23. Fund allotted in 23. Total fund available expenditure.
Next, please. Sir, action taken report. Basically, for classical sun fever, we were asked to do for all the states, and all the states got majority. Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, and Tripura. They got outbreaks of classical sun fever, and other which doesn't get reported. The CSF. Next, please.
One second here, Dr. Patil, you are also there. See, sometimes the word outbreak.
Yes.
No, it goes with the number of animals or what is it? For example, what do you call an outbreak? Is it one animal also an outbreak, 100 animals also an outbreak? Do we have a uniform scale for that or what is that?
Sir,
or an incidence?
Incidence is new cases, sir. So for certain diseases we have outbreaks. Outbreaks is more than the unusual. More than the unusual number of cases, if you see, then it's an outbreak, sir. This one, sir. And especially in case of us.
What I'm specifically asking, for this outbreak, is there any number? If you have this many number, you say it's an outbreak. Because last time also in April, you were talking.
They are expecting a prevalence at a certain level. If it is above that, they call it a problem. If you are expecting 0, one case will be outbreak.
In excess of, for example, they expect that in Meghalaya there are 100 applications, but if it happens 120 or like this, so 20 wherever relative they are.
It is not. Even if we are expecting 0, one case will be also accepted.
But out of each outbreak, the number of animals each the outbreak means right number of animals and
We have this discussion in FMD.
Yes, sir. In certain cases like Brucella, we don't say it is an outbreak.
It's in case wise. And in protozoal or parasitic diseases, we take it as a case wise, not an outbreak.
So outbreak, for example, there are 20 outbreaks. And you have 12 outbreaks.
Yes, sir.
So under each outbreak or under 12 outbreaks, how many animals were affected?
Yeah, details will be.
That can be additional.
Yes, indeed.
Next, please. Similarly, African swine fever task was given to all. So they were all the state got African swine fever. It was continuing in the northeast since 2-3 years. So Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Manipur, Nagaland, Sikkim didn't get any outbreak of ASF. Arunachal get, Mizoram also get. So this is not African swine fever. Next, please. So this is a general extent taken report. Specifically, Manipur was given a task of doing the animal movement or migration movement, which they did. Basically, it's a transboundary area northeast. There are many states. Starting from the PRS 12 years back, it has come from Myanmar, then ASF from Arunachal. So we had a transboundary important area. So Manipur was also given a special task. This is the ASF photograph of Manipur. Next, please. Lumpy skin disease task was given for 2 states only, Nagaland and Sikkim. Last year when they came in the meeting, Nagaland was starting the episodes of LSD. So now the LSD was there. Sikkim also got LSD cases in yak also, in cattle also. And other centers are given, say for Mizoram and Tripura, they were given as per the requirement, they can do some additional thing. For Mizoram, they did for PPR and ASF. And for Tripura, ASF, Japanese encephalitis and LSD, and they did their task as per their convenience there. Next, please. LSD. So LSD is basically Sikkim got the LSD, and Sikkim reported first time LSD cases in Yak. Then LSD cases last year started in Nagaland also, but in Arunachal Pradesh, LSD was reported in Mithun population also. It came as a paper. Dr. Reddy has led that work. Meghalaya also got LSD cases. Mizoram also get LSD cases. Manipur, Assam, all the 8 states got the LSD cases. They were going since last 2 years, but for some Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Sikkim, it has been more in the recent past. Next, ASF and CSF I have told earlier, except Sikkim, all got ASF. CSF recorded mainly in Assam, followed by Arunachal and Manipur. Because the reasons may be good vaccination coverage, plus because of ASF conditions, many population got depletion of pig population there in most of the areas. So that need to be studied. Next, please. So these slides I have not compared. Whatever the slides of the states are there, I will just quickly go through the top 5 diseases reported. Next, please. So beside those 3, LSD, ASF and CSF, the states reported Tripura, goatpox and BQ vaccinations there. Next, please. For these poultry diseases, these are there: Ranikhet, Coccidia, IBD, Fowlpox. Next, please. Arunachal Pradesh reported beside these PPR and goatpox. Next, please. Next, please. Sikkim also reported PPR and FMD. Next, please. Then Sikkim reported this year Clostridium novae and septica. Next, please. Parasitic Babesia, Theileria, Anaplasma reported. Next, please. Mizoram, brucellosis vaccination. They have yet to receive the brucella vaccination. Maybe earlier they were doing it regularly. Next, please. Next, please. PPR status, they are doing the vaccination. 2000 they did. PPR. Next, please. Next, please. CSF, they are also done 78,000 CSF vaccination. Next, please. Next, please. Meghalaya, this is the disease trend. PRRS, we did some molecular tests for some particular area and we found some 6 positive. Next, please. Sorry, that was PRRS. The vaccination. PPR yet to start. Brucellosis, they are doing 1300. Classical 7, 90,000 they did. The seroprevalence, PPR 20%. Brucella sample plan they are awaiting. CSF, they send the sample, report is awaited. Next, please. Assam, beside the usual disease, they have Newcastle disease, PPR, Fowlpox. Next, please. Nagaland, rabies. Actually, Nagaland reported only ASF in this year. Next, please. Next, please. Manipur, beside this, rabies and rabies, they are always reporting. This time also they are reporting. Next, please. Then BQHS, enterotoxemia, and the vaccination was going on for BQHS. Next, please. Fasciitis infestome and other things. Coccidia, Babesia. Next, please. Status. So this is the status of ASD, LSD, and even influenza as given the format. All the diseases are reported except even influenza. Even influenza are not reported in any state. But other diseases, whether it is LSD, LSD is reported everywhere. Sikkim didn't reported ASF. Next, please. Next, please. This is for PPR. Vaccination is going on in Assam, Tripura, Mizoram, Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal and Nagaland did. Most of them, they have not received the vaccine or they have received the vaccine at end. They will be doing. Next, please. For brucellosis, same Arunachal and Nagaland has not done. Maybe they are going for the vaccination soon. But earlier they were doing. Next, please. In CSF, all have done the vaccination. Arunachal Pradesh received the vaccines late. They will be starting. Next, please. So, beside this, whatever the new findings or something unusual than this, I have compiled it. One thing of co-infection of FMD LSD we observed in Meghalaya. Arunachal Pradesh PPR, goat pox is there. First time LSD was reported in Mithun Pox in Arunachal Pradesh. Then Sikkim reported LSD in Yak. Sikkim reported FMD. Sikkim reported even leukosis virus and AV pox. A Japanese encephalitis outbreak was reported by Tripura. Some canine rabies cases in Manipur. Next, please. Assam reported PPR, goat pox, and AV pox. So this is overall. Overall, just I want to conclude that most of the diseases are there in Northeast are reported by Assam, and the disease prevalence is there, and the disease spillover from Assam to the hilly states more, and some transboundary ingress are there. ASF, CSF, and PPR, and our LSD. These are the main diseases there encountering. Thank you, sir. All the partners are here, sir, except Mizoram, who are having the ASF outbreak at present. Please, sir. Jyotirmoy, sir. Doctor, we. Doctor, I. All the NH people, please come on the stage.
Dr. Bora,
Doctor.
Dr. Garam, and Dr. Savitri, madam.
How he is calling his students? School
I know this.
headmaster.
Dr. Tashi.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Gyamja Bakigaran from Arunachal. I work in laboratory as a microbiologist. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Patel sir.
Myself, Dr. Savitri Maivan, working in the DI lab. I am presenting this.
Manipur.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. So I am Dr. Jyotirmoy Rai. I am from Tripura. I am working in State Disease Investigation Laboratory, Agartala. Thank you.
Hello, sirs. Dr. Ritzo. I'm from Nagaland. I'm working in the state liaison.
So I'm Dr. El Zambuya from NRC Mithun.
Sir, I'm Dr. Durlab Prasad Bora, working as assistant professor in the College of Veterinary Science, Khanapara, Guwahati. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Tashila Pinsobutia, veterinary officer working in State Animal Disease Diagnostic Lab, Sikkim, sir.
Central
Central
Come in the center.
Patel sir.
No, it's not photograph.
This is for question and answer.
Just a small observation about your presentation. There were certain data presented here. They were not in uniform units. Somewhere we are talking lakhs, somewhere we are talking numbers. That could have been made uniform.
You give a template and they present it. It's based on the template.
So then just it looks to me like raw data is put up for presentation here, but some thought processing or analytics or what are the messages and trend coming out, that should have been a collective picture of the entire zone. So maybe next time we can take care that what is the trend of, say for example, African swine fever, 2022 also we saw, 2023, is there any change? Is it more in Assam or more in Manipur? We can put this kind of data in map also, that will be more reflective of entire zone, because these diseases do not know the boundaries of states. They might be prevalent in the entire zone. So that could have been, and otherwise you are presented very nice. So maybe we can have questions from.
No, what I wanted to ask you, like, morning also we are talking about by 2030 we will be free of PPR and also release. In your opinion, with this particular trend, what we are doing, are you sure that you will be able to achieve this? See, why specifically Northeast? Because Northeast has some unique geographical conditions, unlike other places wherein the movements are a bit limited. And of course, I have visited Nagaland, I have visited Arunachal Pradesh also. I have seen the terrain. Even the vaccination also not very easy. So what we do in plane is entirely different, because traveling from all the way from even to from the Dimapur and other places, of course from Arunachal Pradesh is definitely a tough job. And with the trend it is going on, I just wanted to know that what is your opinion by 2030? Like, this is why I was specifically mentioning, FMD Mukt Bharat or PPR Mukt Bharat, So it cannot, one particular day we cannot say that now we are free from FMD or we are free from. So it has to be from different eco-regions. Maybe Northeast will declare maybe it's PPR free or FMD free, or maybe from where, it's, for example, Karnataka. See, the vaccinations and animal husbandry department is very proactive. They do very nicely. Maybe I think starting from particular states, then we can identify those particular areas. The so-called hotspots can be taken as areas where it is free from that. The movement of animals can be restricted, and something can be much more strict action can be taken. So what do you feel that it's or any you feel something more has to be done with regard to the better control program? So we would like to know from your side.
The most of the diseases which are getting difficulty in the northeast are pig diseases, sir. Actually, first coming from the PPR, sir. Actually, PPR is very prevalent in Assam, and other northeast states are hilly states. They have in Assam they have some hilly area. There may be our say I am representing Meghalaya. Meghalaya doesn't have PPR cases earlier. We reported the first cases from this project only, NADEN project only, since 8 years back. Then those animals are also entering some, mostly the farmers for some other governmental program, they are coming from Assam. Maybe they try to do vaccinated animal, but sometimes what happen, just vaccine दिया और animal movement start कर दिया. Because of these isolated cases of PPR are happening, but altogether these diseases are less. And if I tell the whole scenario of Northeast, some things are coming in, say, Mizoram. Earlier, Mizoram has more goat pox and PPR, but other states are not reporting much higher than this. So, Because of geographical boundary and difficulty, the animal movement is less also, but pigs are there. So pigs are there in all the states. Goat population is there. नादेन नहीं है सर, नादेन में नहीं है सर. So from he's from Assam, sir.
I'm from Veterinary College, Khanapara. So for me, sir, I think PPR control program, it is taking a momentum now in our state. They are vaccinating, and it may be possible. But for me, I think it will be possible because we don't have much goat population, and only goat population is there. So we don't have sheep population. So it will be possible, sir.
Vaccine supply is the major constraint. We don't have a supply of the vaccines. That is one part of the control.
No, what I have seen that it is not the supply, it is the interest of the state government. See, for example, I was just talking about last time also regarding when the FMD the review was going on. Some of the states they never ask for vaccines. We don't intend for the vaccine, and then we say we don't have vaccines. Even Dr. Naik was there in the meeting. Okay, so he was also expressing more or less similar feeling that some states they never ask for vaccines. Otherwise, as far as the supply is concerned, he said we have enough stock. So we can always supply. There is no problem. No, not only. But that may be the case with the other.
FMD, there is no problem in supply. But PPR, there was the last 2 years. Because this vaccine from some companies which were given great contrast like PSD, their batches were not passing quality control. So that is why there was some issue last year.
Sir, actually, northeastern the maximum area is with the border. Or in that is other countries are there. In our state, especially, I can say that we said Bangladesh border. And we are actually the border area is total grazing fields shared by the both the countries. And in case of it is cattle, it is goat, everything. So we are trying our best. Last year we have done more than 85% PPR vaccine of total population. Still we got 14 numbers of outbreak in our state. So after doing 85% vaccine, we are getting what is due to this transboundary transmission. This is the main problem in northeastern states. Another one is cattle. In case of FMD also, we are hardly trying. This year we have completed in 4th round vaccine, 4th round 86% of total population. But last year we did not get any FMD out there. Before that it was there. But we cannot sure that whether we will not get the FMD out. Just because our cattle are grazing in border area. So the other side of the country also should be proactive to control this matter. So I can my opinion is this. So another one important. Now the commercialization of animal husbandry. So lot of animals from cattle, goat, or pigs and everything going to from mainland to our area. So what they are giving, there is some simple certificate by a doctor, anyone else that they are free from disease, we have vaccinated them, just enter. But then there is an outbreak. So LSB also came from Bangladesh. Officially I cannot say, but in our state it's come from other state. But these types of animals going from the mainland, it should be checked. So I think if this is the wonderful area or region, first we can control all the animal diseases. As quickly we can some check gates and everything, we can proactive on controlling the movement of the animals and with the other side of the border. Thank you.
So there is a feedback small I can give. As we all know, pig is called as the mixing vessel. For many viral and bacterial diseases, the pig is a mixing vessel, and the continuity of pigs with other animals is the cause of major concern. Because many diseases, they
are they get transmitted from dogs to pigs or cattle to pigs, and then they are transmitted to other animals. So we need to focus on, we need to come out on a policy on pig rearing and their contribution to other animals that has to be monitored. That is my opinion.
हेलो सर सर प्रैक्टिकली जो जो वैक्सीन जो सप्लाई होता है एक्चुअली इन अरुणाचल वैक्सीन सप्लाई इज नॉट प्रॉब्लम व्हाट आई फील इज एक्चुअली देयर इज एक्सेस सप्लाई ऑफ वैक्सीन टारगेट इज मान लो 8 lakhs and we get 8 lakhs but practically without vaccine 8 lakhs it's hardly 60%, so where is the 40% vaccine is going? It's wastage sir जितना भी कोशिश करो 100% कभी नहीं होगा 60% in hilly area is very high percentage. So actually it is wastage on unnecessary pressure and make up and the district level they are just packing the data. इसका वजह से it's very dangerous. So get this because they get it's called that अरे क्या हो गया. So इसी का because इस pressure को नहीं झेलने के लिए now they are start packing. So instead of giving 100% vaccine, we should reduce the dose because last time round it was like 40%. So this year it may be 60%. So in उसको लेके हम वैक्सीन सप्लाई को थोड़ा सा कम करना चाहिए सो दैट प्रेशर इज नॉट हाई एंड रियल अचीवमेंट इज रियलिस्टिक. अदरवाइज हम वो इकोनॉमी अननेसेसरी वेस्टेज हो 40% वैक्सीन वेस्टेज में जा रहा है. सो इन अरुणाचल लाइक विल बी एक्चुअली ट्राइंग शुड बी टारगेट द प्लेन एरिया जोनिक असम एंड देन इंटीरियर में तो एक्चुअली वैक्सीन आउटब्रेक होता नहीं. इट्स स्टार्ट फ्रॉम प्लेन बॉर्डर एरिया. सो हमको स्टेट को ये बोलना है कि यू गिव एम्फेसिस ऑन द प्लेन एरिया then outbreak to in jungle में होगा नहीं. necessary
Sir, I will sir add on to the discussion of Jyotirmay and we will just answer sir also. Actually sir, ICAR-NIVEDI Marapani has been always giving emphasis on transmission disease since many years sir. Since 12 years I am there. We had a flagship program of transmission disease at institute level. In that, the PRS was dictated by ICAR Meghalaya in Meghalaya. Reported to DADF. After that, official OA report came from Mizoram after 2-3 years. After that, ASF also got diagnosed by our lab, NRC Peak lab, and Khanapura lab. Combinedly, we did together. So we are doing transbody work very meticulously. We had 2 major projects of DBT and MAC on transbody itself. We are the partners. Then at present, DBT, One Health plus transbody, we are the partner. We are doing there. And recently, I want to just apprise sir, our institute wants has the QRT report, RSC report, and General Body Assay report are saying to do some excellence institution at our institute transport disease. So we are trying for that, sir. Mainly for pig disease, it's a issue, sir. Our population is basically we have to scatter population. ASFs are in outbreaks. Almost all state governments, central governments, pigs are basically gone. In Falbar field also, a huge loss is there. And sir, our northeast pig husbandry practices are different from the mainland. Mainland has 2 types of practices. One is big farms like Haryana and Punjab, and in other they are just roaming here and there. But northeast is a backyard piggery farming. So only few pigs are there, but they are keeping in distant hill regions. They are neither scavenger neither very high farming intensities.
That one. So if you look at Northeast, so say for example, Nagaland is having 11 districts, and whereas Assam is having 35 districts. So that such a vast area, traveling, collecting the sample for investigation, the allocation of funds should be the such, like so Northeast because of the hilly terrain. Recently I went to Meghalaya. They said that vaccine is available. We are not able to vaccinate because of most of the time it's raining and non-accessible regions. So maybe that is the reason. Of course, 10% is more allocated, but the allocation should be based on number of districts. There is 35 and there is 11 districts in Nagaland. So such a huge area has to cover, or maybe somebody has to cover the hilly region. So depending upon the turn distribution of funds should be done.
So coming to ASF, there's persistent outbreak of ASF. And to control the outbreak, it's very difficult. And to follow the guideline and to control by coming, it's not possible in Northeast. So I appreciate that the government is giving so much effort to control FMT, brucellosis, but I see that the government is giving this effort on ASF control. So it would be good if the government can do something about it.
Yes.
There is no vaccine actually.
Biosecurity measures can be.
Only way, even last time also, very close to NRC peak, there was an outbreak. Okay. Despite NRC peak keeping so much of all the measures, biosecurity measures, still they advised these people to cull all those animals. They had some different species. So everything. No other day when we went there and we told them, don't see the farm should not be something like an exhibition where any town they can make money. You never know what we have in our stores. It should not be. So biosecurity measure is the only way where you can control. But otherwise, what happens? Keep walking to different farms and that farms to this farms. We really don't know. So when we don't have vaccine, so COVID has see how did you manage COVID when till we got the vaccine? That's the only way. See, all we wherever we had, we are supposed to wear vaccines, and in the flight also, all this PPR, okay, the movements of this one, hand sanitizer. So till we had complete lockdown. So something has to be done. But final words from your side.
Sir, as expressed by all the participants of the northeastern zone, they have their own difficulties. Even then, they are doing very fantastic work, sir. And as far as the Dr. Garam is concerned, 100% when it is supplied, you are coming down to 60%. If you supply 60%, you may come down to 30%. So better we'll keep supplying the 100%. And we have put forth all this one. They are very good, sir, and they are working very hard. Only thing is logistic is the main problem with them, sir. Yes.
First, my visit was to Nagaland, then to Arunachal Pradesh. Because I thought, let us find this, and I visited even and I speak out.
Yes.
I know, I can understand. Yes. But ultimately, if you want that, you have to get rid of the disease. So special reference should be for Northeast, because it should be, as you rightly mentioned, maybe the hilly region outbreak is very less. It is only in the plain, as some maybe in the border areas. Maybe if we had been vaccinated in the border areas and clean on a priority basis, slowly it can be. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
One more than after.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patil sir, and the entire team from the Northeastern Zone for giving such an elaborative presentation and discussion on the topic what we have given regarding the disease status of the Northeastern Zone. So moving forward, we are having now East Zone presentation, and the East Zone in charge is myself. I am Dr. Siju. I am working as a scientist here. So today I will be presenting the consolidated report of Eastern Zone. So this is the annual progress report of Eastern Zone during the last year 23-24. So we are having 5 states, starting with Andaman, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha and West Bengal. So regarding the Eastern Zone, as we discussed, it is near to the Northeastern Zone. 1/3 of the country's cattle and goat population is located in this region only. And West Bengal is having the highest cattle and goat population, followed by Bihar and Jharkhand. And the major diseases in the zone, what we observed is FMD, brucellosis, PPR, CSF, HSLSD and parasitic diseases. So regarding the first center, Dr. Jayasundar sir is the PA of the Port Blaise Center. Sir is here. And utilization of that center, we have provided 3 lakhs, sir. And they have utilized almost 2,97,378 was their utilization, and the balance amount of 2,600 they refunded also. And no specific recommendations were for this center. And regarding the disease status during 23-24, what the center is observed in Andaman Nicobar, 2 or 3 outbreaks of contagious ecthyma in goats, 2 diseases. One is contagious ecthyma and one is caseous lymphadenitis was observed. Next one. So regarding the temporal trend, that overflow is happening from 2020 onwards. The cases were there, but LSD, it happened in 2022, and this year no LSD cases were there. And the caseous lymphadenitis also, only few cases were there in the Andaman and Nicobar Island. But high number of parasitic diseases were there, maybe because of the humidity which is prevalent in that particular area. In almost all the animals, parasitic diseases were there. So the status of ASF LSD, there were no cases of ASF LSD or avian influenza in the state during last year. And regarding the LH and DCP programs, PPR no outbreaks were reported and no vaccination also going on in the state. And the seropositivity has been declined and now it is nil. So regarding brucellosis also, as we discussed, no incidence of brucellosis in Andaman Nicobar, and seroprevalence during last 11 years is nil. Since no incidence of brucellosis, there is no vaccination, but it is advised to go for strict routine surveillance and monitoring. So regarding CSF also, no outbreak since 1998, and among those districts, only one district's vaccination is going on. So what is advised is like vaccination should be done in all the districts with 100% coverage. So the case study, what they have mentioned is, as we told already, caseous lymphadenitis in goat, and they have confirmed by PCR amplification 16S and RPOB gene, and they could find like it is belonging to Corynebacterium pseudotuberculosis Biovar ovis. Yeah, Biovar ovis. So they have confirmed with phylogenetic tree also. Next one. Next. So this is regarding the Port Blair Center, sir. And moving forward towards the Bihar Center, we are having Dr. Pankaj Kumar sir here. He is the PA of the Bihar Center. And regarding the fund utilization, we have given 3 lakhs, and what they utilized is 2,31,000, and balance amount of 68,000 is remaining. So next one. So what assignment what we have given during last time is they have to screen for Theileria orientalis in bovine sample, 500 sample they have to screen. And what they did is 537 bovine sample they screened, and they could find the positivity of 4%. That it is an emerging disease, parasitic disease in animals. So regarding CCPP, the assignment was 200 nasal and 500 serum sample. So 570 goat serum sample they screened. Out of that, they could find 17% positive by agglutination. And regarding the nasal sample, 37 nasal swab they collected, and none of the samples were positive for Mycoplasma genus specific by PCR. So the top 5 diseases in the Bihar state was LSD, ASF, PPR, and avian influenza. And LSD, around 5,000 cases were there with death also. ASF also death reported. And PPR also death reported. Avian influenza also death were there. So the seropositivity of Brucella antibodies under the control program. So post-vaccination sera, when they tested by RBPT, they could find only 26.83% by sero monitoring, just post-vaccination sera. And the NADEN center also, they have screened some 269 sample, that is random sample. They could find the seropositivity of 2%, 2.23%. Next one. And regarding PPR, they could find a high seropositivity in the post-vaccinated sera. They could find that is 2021 data, 73% seropositivity they could observe for PPR. Next one. So that was regarding the Bihar Center. Regarding this Jharkhand, Dr. Rajesh Kumar is the PA, and the fund what we provided is 3 lakhs. And the expenditure was 1,48,000, and the balance amount is 1,50,000. And regarding the brucellosis, the second round of vaccination is going on under the control program. Next one. So this is the district-wise brucellosis vaccination status under round 2. Next one. So human brucellosis has never been reported in the Jharkhand, but what they are telling is there is a shortage of human resources, especially the vaccination and technical staff. There is a shortage. Regarding PPR also, vaccination is going on, and 1920 the highest number of vaccination happened, and now also vaccination is going on in the last year also. Next. So regarding the PPR cases, clinical cases they are frequently observing in the Jharkhand, and they are telling as we already discussed the dose what we are providing, if we can provide, DHT can provide in less number of doses per vial, it will be good for the to reduce the wastage. So regarding CSF round-on vaccination is going on, and highest number of vaccination during the last year happened. Next one. And the CSF also cases are reported, but there was no death during the last year. Extra. HS also, even though the state is having a combined HS and BQ vaccination, activated vaccination is going on, still cases are reported in Jharkhand state. Extra. And this is the disease status. Cases, only one case was there during the last year, but the previous year's cases were there. Extra. So FMD also, vaccination is going on. Highest number of vaccination is going on this year and last year. Extra. And this is regarding the vaccination in different districts. And this is the cases of FMD. Death also happened. Only 2 deaths happened during the last year. Extra. And this is regarding the serotype analysis, what they have done in the DFMD. So what they are telling is more than 80% animals should be having the high titer, then only it is herd immunity. But they could find the seropositivity in the post-vaccinated animal, maximum is up to 69%. So herd immunity has not yet reached in the Jharkhand state. So regarding the goat pox, vaccination is also going on, and some cases are also reported. Extra. Parasitic diseases, this is the trend analysis what we have done. So almost all season, the parasitic diseases are common. This is regarding babesiosis, and this is theileriosis. IBR, it is not an important disease as per the state is concerned. So trypanosome is also year-round cases they are getting. It is an important disease for the state. ASF no outbreaks were reported in one outbreak during 22-23 in the government pig farm Ranchi they reported. So even influenza also, this year no reports were there, but last year 2 outbreaks were there. Next. LSD vaccination is also going on, and some cases are also reported, and death of outbreak of 24 outbreaks happened, and affecting 110 animal, 110 animals. So now regarding the Odisha state, sir, Dr. Jagadish Mohanty is the PA, and the fund utilization extra. Next. So around 2 lakhs they utilized out of, so almost most of the fund they utilized, only 3,000 is the balance. Extra. Next. So these are the top 5 diseases in the Odisha state: anthrax, HS, LSD, CSF and theileriosis. So except theileriosis, they are doing vaccination for all the diseases. Theileriosis, even though vaccine is there, it is not yet carried out. Extra. So this is the temporal trend, different years, how these 5 diseases are going on. LSD cases are reducing this year compared to the previous year. Extra. So ASF, LSD, avian influenza, ASF and LSD, no cases were there, but LSD cases and death were reported in the Odisha state. Extra. Next. These are the vaccination status in the state. Next. This is regarding brucella, previous one was PPR. Extra. Next. So this is also CSF. So all the 3 diseases vaccination is going on in the state. Extra. Next. So regarding the outbreak, last year they have conducted around 40 numbers of outbreaks regarding different diseases like anthrax, HSBQ, and including theileriosis they have done. So what they felt is outbreak system in the state need more improvement, and infrastructure development of district diagnostic laboratory needs attention, and capacity building also it is required for the field veterinarians. Yes. So this is regarding the outbreak of on CSF. Next one. Next. some pictures of the CSO outbreak what they investigated. So thank you so much to all of you. This is regarding the eastern zone. So we are having with us Bihar Center, Odisha as well as Andaman. Sir is there.
Jason, there, come. Pankaj.
And Odisha also. Jharkhand and West Bengal. We could not make.
So any particular difficulty you're facing in this?
Jharkhand ಬಂದಿದೆ. Odisha ಬಂದಿದೆ.
Sir, as far as Odisha is concerned, so the vaccine supply and the sampling plan we are receiving, it is not matching. Particularly in case of CSF, I am telling, we got the sampling plan 2nd of May. But last time February we got the vaccine, and it is strict instruction from the State Veterinary Department, you have to consume it within March 31st. But we have not got the sampling plan. So we requested state government that we are not getting the sampling plan. So how can we do the vaccination? Because sampling plan supposed to be corrected from last year. Because this year we are getting, our state has 30 districts. We have got sampling plan for 21 districts from 949 samples. So changes have been also made from previous year to this year. So we requested somehow we manage that situation, and we got the sample, and this year CSF we have almost sent 90% of the pre-CSF sample and 50% of the post-CSF sample also we have sent. And in the meeting last presentation by Dr. Rajeshwari Shyam ma'am, it is written that some 509 sample, 500 around sample in CSF NADEN got, and some 114 sample they have tested. So that data need to be corrected actually. We have sent all the samples of pre-vaccination, and we are awaiting the results. And one more thing is, here in central government system, the thing is that January to December we are all calculating all this. In our system it is March to April to March. So that also 3 months we are getting some difficulty in getting these vaccines, all these things. So that need to be addressed. I will put in to my directors also.
Suresh, what's the issue with sampling plan like to address? They said they did not get the internal.
No sir, we got in May, but our vaccine supply was previous. So that creates some ignorance. Because when we got vaccine from the state government,
At that time, sampling plan
should be there with us. And we have a strict instruction that complete the vaccine within a stipulate, that date is given there. 5th of May, you have to complete the vaccine.
And you were not having
Sampling plan at that time. We got that too. So that's why that situation is managed. Next year, I am requesting that we should get the sampling plan March itself, so that we can get the
Sampling plan for the entire districts you are saying?
entire states, sir. Entire states.
There were, how many districts are there?
30 districts, sir. Sir, sampling plan is different for different diseases. So in PPR there is no pre-sampling plan. So we got late. It is no problem with us because we are just sampling the post-vaccination. But when there is pre and post both, so we should get it. When our vaccine is supplied, that time we should get it.
Really sorry for that, sir. We are not having a previous data. No? To calculate sampling plan, we need a previous sampling.
That I told, sir.
Whenever you get a vaccine, are we getting?
So that I mentioned, sir. Here it is January to December. Last March we have sent all the samples, but that sample got here in NAVEDI. That data we have not got the pre-CSF and post-CSF phase 1 report. We have not got that report.
Patil, any
Actually, there was a delay in supplying the sampling plan from our part, and the samples whatever is supplied to us, we have tested, and the slide what Madam showed, it should be updated. We have updated this one, and we are getting regularly the updated samples from the Odisha regularly. Apart from CSF, they are sending Dutch samples also and non-CP samples also. For GE, this one, GE is a major issue in Odisha as well as in Tripura. We are getting more and more samples for GE testing also. So that was rapidly.
CSF sampling plan is sorted out now.
Yes, sir.
Now it's okay. For this year is
Okay, they round 2 it is
Subsequently,
sorted out.
March.
Round 3 I am taking that. This should be in March,
March,
so that
yes.
we will get so regarding one thing, one PPR last day. Yesterday we got the plan, and I need to be clarified with the percentage of sheep and goat. So this much is sample, this much sample is how much from goat, how much from sheep, or it is whether it goat or sheep which we have chalega. So I want to just clarify this.
Sir, good afternoon. I am Dr. Pankaj Kumar. I am professor in the Department of Veterinary Microbiology, Bihar Animal Sciences University. So ours is a problem with the state animal husbandry department. They are not sharing the vaccination and disease outbreak data to us. Last year it was decided that a letter will be in center, separate center will be given to animal husbandry department. I am not aware of the status of that. And as far as our center is concerned, last year the mandate was given for screening of samples for CCPP and Caliria orientalis that we have done. So this is all.
No, this I see in your center, even the LSD, they are not giving the good pox vaccine.
No, vaccination is going on. Only the data is not shared to me. So that's why I cannot show the data.
The data of the state. We have seen even last time was in Punjab. Same thing in Jharkhand, in Patna, in Bihar. Some places they don't share the data. And some places I think they are not even vaccinated.
No, vaccination is going on because
Means then what is the issue with sharing the data?
they want a separate center. Even letter has been written from NIVEDI. Still, they want center at
NADEN center.
Animal husbandry.
No, but we have
department.
communicated them to join our network. We are not getting response. What is status? You got to pass from they have responded. They are not responding. So can you follow up with them? We can give you the
Sir, last year 3 of the scientists from NIVEDI they visited Patna and they were very eager to meet to resolve this issue only.
Yeah.
We tried hard, but we could not manage to contact with the director of animal husbandry. He was out because of some reason.
But no, having the center separate, NADEN center, how does it make a difference? He is from university. So if university asks the state to give data, they do.
Earlier
They have their center, they will be directly providing data to us. Then they will be our partner, they will have to share the data. Unfortunately, this is not only with this program and Jharkhand and Bihar, this is the status.
Bengal also.
All the almost the same. Okay, either they don't vaccinate or they don't give the data or they want something different. This is a problem with the state. Most difficult regions. Yeah, no, this is highly complicated. Challenging for CGU also. It's very difficult to. And one more thing I have seen, your data presentation is also somewhere in 2019 and 20, someone in 21 and 22. It should have been for this year. 22, 23.
The data asked for presentation was from 20 onwards. So I removed the data what I was having with for 17, 18, 19. Earlier they were sending sample of PTR, CP and Brucella CP to our center for testing. So we tested those samples. That data is with me. Then after they are not sending samples to us. So I don't have that data for 21, 22, 23.
I only saw in
that's why the only 20 data is there.
Talk with BSD. No, but do they expect that by having a center they get some funding or it's only...
In the letter possibly, which Himadri sir shared me, it is written that we will provide all the funds for this work. I don't know sir, why...
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Jason, Principal Scientist and Head Animal Science Division, ICAR California. Sir, we have a good remote island of Great Nicobar, that is Campbell Bay. And some sporadic cases of CSF way back in 1998. After that, no disease. Only FMD vaccination is being given in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Other no vaccination. So, considering the declaring disease-free zone or approaching our for seropositivity, so keeping in that thing in mind, we can think of declaring that zone as a disease-free zone for brucellosis specific program. Other than that, only gastrointestinal is very high. For that, regular deworming practices are being given. Otherwise, we don't have any specific problem in Andaman Nicobar Island.
CPO, that's what I was sharing morning in South America also. Is the only pocket.
Yes.
They said there's been declared as a free zone. Otherwise, whole area they are declared as FMD free. Now, Venezuela also, I think last 4 years they have not received any, they have not seen any FMD cases. Now they are asking WOHA to declare, total South American continent as free from FMD. So the advantages of that, see, they are looked at the economics of that. Because of this, FMD free zone, their export of the animals, especially the beef from Argentina and Brazil, has gone up, I think, about 300% as compared to other places. See, now it's not only the control of the disease, what is the economic impact of that? By when you say that this particular area is free from this particular disease, so immediately, while it's simply mentioned, see now, that's what they said, Brazil and Argentina has become the top export of the animals because of the FMD free. So same thing, I think hopefully that this year or next year, in Venezuela also they will be saying, they have I think sent the report. It will take about, I think last 3 years they have done. So Andaman could be one area where at least we can say that it is free from FMD. Yeah.
FMD also, if we say
And
Nicobar,
we have seen your data when you presented.
Yeah, FMD.
Yeah, one outbreak,
that too in South Andaman, Nicobar, we don't vaccine. Do not vaccine.
Yeah, this is what I was telling, when you
Without vaccine, we can go for disease free.
So declaring as free doesn't mean that you are stopping the vaccination.
No.
You will continue. There's no problem at all.
No, in Nicobar area, sir, we have never given. Animal husbandry department, they have never given vaccination. Nicobar group of islands.
Actually, eradication without vaccine. Yeah, so there are two strategies. Eradication without strategy.
With vaccine and without vaccine.
Yeah, so for example, polio.
Yeah.
Okay, so almost we say polio is, but the mass vaccination program is going on. Just to ensure that, there is enough herd immunity. Similarly, we can also do this.
Yes.
Hello.
So I have a submission here, sir. Actually, this is a very good point, sir, he is making. Because to get rid of this FMD from this country, definitely it is a very big task, and this is an endeavor. This would not have been a dream for us, and that is the real solution is to make certain geographical areas as a zone, FMD-free zones, and then it has been given there that to have a FMD zone, there are 3 prerequisites. The first is there should not be any outbreak in the last 2 years. The virus should not be there in the animal circulation in the last 2 months, and whatever the surveillance we are carrying out, it should be as per the WOHA guidelines. These 3 are the prerequisites. But sir, for me, I think the control of animal movement plays a critical role here, because when you are aiming to have a FMD-free zone, so you should not allow any another animal to come to your zone. So for that, animal quarantine, that is the animal border checkpost control, is the key for doing this. Sir, I want to add from the state of Maharashtra, because this is very difficult to have the control on movement of animals. So in Maharashtra, we have got Maharashtra Border Checkpost Network Limited, and the ownership is given to the Ministry of Transport, and the other departments, they have come together, like the Reach Department, like the Excise Department, the Sales Tax. So collaboratively, we are making 23 border checkposts. If you go to the website of NBPCNL, you will find that everything has been there. So we have to just put our veterinary officer there, the police force is there, the military force is there, everything is there. So the job of veterinary is very easy for that. So unless we have the better animal movement control, we we cannot have the FMT-free zone, sir. Thank you.
Good point, because see, last time when they are making this, I think you were also
Yes.
there, I was mentioning about Kerala. Kerala has recorded so much of, large number of the cases, primarily because, there the slaughter is allowed. So it is, there's so much of movement from, from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and all those. So unless until you have this border strict, this one, it's not very easy to, and they have not only, even I think A was there, I think even, all the circles.
In Maharashtra, sir, actually they had.
Yes, sheep and goats, sir, yeah.
So all this.
This can be taken up as maybe if you take this as something like a model success story for Andamans, then I think see pocket by pocket if you can club it together,
And it's possible. I think if really, otherwise, you cannot say 20, 30, you say, that is not at all possible. Zone, maybe I think Northeast we can say it is free, Andaman it's free, maybe Goa, it's a small state, it's free, or some other where vaccination is very different. Maybe Haryana and Punjab, in those places, see the benefit of this will be enormous.
Yes. And transportation is since 2016, there is no import of animals in Andaman. So last 10 years. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the investigators of the Eastern Zone. So now we'll break for lunch. Yeah. So we'll assemble back here in the same this training hall by 2:15 p.m. So by 2:15 you may be kindly.